Alexander was born into a world that did not forgive softness. From the moment he opened his eyes in the royal palace of Pella, his life was not truly his own. He was not welcomed as a child, but measured as a future weapon. Around him stood men who had already decided what he must become, stronger than fear, faster than doubt, and untouched by weakness. Love existed in his world, but it was conditional. Affection was granted only when he proved himself worthy of it. His father, King Philip of Macedon, was a man forged by war. Philip limped from old battle wounds, his body marked by scars that told stories of conquest and survival. He believed that strength was not learned through comfort, but through endurance. To Philip, a son was not something to protect, but something to harden. Alexander grew up watching his father dominate courts, armies, and enemies alike. Every triumph was a lesson. Every failure was a warning. But if Philip taught Alexander how to rule through power, his mother Olympias taught him something far more dangerous. Destiny. She whispered to him that he was no ordinary boy, that the gods themselves had chosen him, that his blood carried something divine. Where Philip demanded strength, Olympias demanded greatness. And between those two forces, discipline and destiny, Alexander learned a quiet truth very early in life. He was not allowed to be weak. As a child, Alexander did not play as other children did. His days were structured, watched, evaluated. He was trained to ride before most boys could walk with confidence. He learned weapons before he learned rest. His tutors did not ask if he was tired. Fatigue was treated as a flaw to be corrected, not a feeling to be understood. When he showed fear, it was met with silence. When he showed hesitation, it was met with disappointment. Yet beneath this harsh discipline lived a mind that burned brighter than anyone expected. Alexander was curious, intensely so. He did not merely want to conquer lands. He wanted to understand the world. Under the guidance of Aristotle, he studied philosophy, science, medicine, and literature. He memorized Homer's epics and carried them with him like sacred texts. Achilles became his mirror, his ideal, his warning, a hero who lived briefly but gloriously, a man remembered forever but denied peace. And perhaps that was the first quiet tragedy of Alexander's life. He learned very young that glory and rest could not coexist. At court, Alexander learned another lesson. Love was unreliable. Philip's marriages were political, numerous, and public. Each new wife threatened Alexander's position. Each new son raised questions about succession. Alexander watched his father celebrate victories abroad and sow uncertainty at home. Trust became fragile. Loyalty became something to test, not assume. Even within his own family, Alexander learned to stay alert. This constant pressure shaped him. He became intense, driven, unrelenting, first with himself, and later with the world. When others hesitated, Alexander advanced. When others rested, Alexander planned. Weakness, in his mind, was not merely a personal failure. It was a betrayal of destiny. By the time he became king at just 20 years old, Alexander had already lived a lifetime of expectation. The throne did not give him freedom. It tightened the chains. He inherited an army trained for conquest, a kingdom hungry for expansion, and a reputation to protect. Any sign of vulnerability could invite rebellion. Any pause could cost him everything. So he moved forward, always forward. His campaigns were relentless. From Greece to Asia Minor, from Egypt to the heart of Persia, Alexander pushed his army beyond what was considered possible. He marched through deserts where water was scarcer than mercy. He crossed mountains that broke men's spirits before breaking their bodies. And through it all, he refused rest, not only for himself, but for everyone around him. To his soldiers, Alexander was both inspiring and terrifying. He led from the front, sharing their dangers, bleeding alongside them. He slept on the ground, endured hunger, and exposed himself to the same risks as the lowest infantrymen. This earned their loyalty, but it also set a standard that could never be relaxed. If Alexander did not allow himself to be weak, how could he allow it in others? Yet beneath the armor of confidence, cracks slowly formed. Alexander's temper grew sharper, his patience thinner. The weight of command pressed heavily on a man who had never been taught how to rest emotionally. When trusted companions questioned him, he heard betrayal. When generals advised caution, he heard fear. And fear, in Alexander's world, was unacceptable. The death of his closest friend, Hephaestion, revealed a side of Alexander rarely seen. His grief was overwhelming, uncontrollable. For a moment, the conqueror collapsed into the child he had never been allowed to be. He wept openly. He raged at the gods. He punished cities and honored Hephaestion with ceremonies reserved for kings. It was as if the dam holding back years of suppressed vulnerability had finally cracked. But even grief was not permitted to last. Alexander returned to conquest, pushing eastward, deeper into lands that resisted not just his armies, but his identity. His soldiers grew exhausted. Morale weakened. The world no longer felt infinite. It felt heavy. And still, Alexander refused to stop. Stopping meant reflecting. Reflecting meant confronting something he had avoided all his life, his own humanity. By the time illness struck him in Babylon, Alexander was only 32 years old. His body, pushed beyond limits since childhood, finally failed him. As he lay dying, the empire he built stretched across continents. But there was no clear heir, no stable future. The boy raised never to be weak had built something vast, yet fragile. When asked to whom his empire should be left, Alexander is said to have answered, "To the strongest." It was a fitting final statement. Even in death, he could not bring himself to choose peace over struggle. Alexander the Great is remembered as one of history's greatest conquerors. His name echoes through centuries, carried by legends of brilliance and ambition. But behind the myth stands a quieter truth, a child raised under relentless pressure, shaped by expectations too heavy for any one person to bear. He conquered the known world, but never learned how to rest within himself. He defeated kings and empires, but could not escape the belief that weakness was failure. His greatness was real. His tragedy was just as real. And perhaps that is why his story still speaks to us, not as a tale of triumph alone, but as a warning whispered through time, that even the strongest child deserves the right to be human. Now, let the noise of your own day fade away. Close your eyes and let your breathing slow, matching the rhythm of the ancient world we are about to enter. Imagine the air of Macedonia, cool and crisp, rolling down from the high peaks of Mount Olympus. It smells of pine resin, damp earth, and the faint metallic tang of an approaching storm. We are drifting back 23 centuries to the summer of 356 BCE, to the stone halls of the palace at Pella. The torches flicker against the walls, casting long, dancing shadows that look like soldiers marching in the dark. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. In the royal chambers, Queen Olympias waits. She is not like other women of the court. She is a devotee of the mystery cults, a woman who finds comfort in the wilder, darker edges of faith. The historians tell us she sleeps not with soft pillows, but with snakes, tame serpents that coil around the bedposts and rustle across the cool mosaic floors, their dry scales whispering against the stone. It is said that King Philip, her husband, once peered through the keyhole and saw a great serpent lying beside her, cooling her skin. Whether this was a real snake or a hallucination born of fear, Philip's affection for his wife cooled from that night on. He began to suspect that she belonged to something older and more dangerous than him. On the night Alexander is born, the sky itself seems to tear open. A violent summer storm rages over Macedonia, thunder shaking the foundations of the palace. To the ancients, weather is never just weather. It is a conversation between the gods. And on this night, the conversation is loud. Olympias dreams that a bolt of lightning strikes her womb, igniting a fire that spreads across the earth without consuming it. It is a terrifying vision, one of power and destruction intertwined. At the same time, far across the sea in Ephesus, the great temple of Artemis, one of the wonders of the ancient world, bursts into flames and burns to the ground. The priests at Ephesus run through the streets, tearing their hair and crying out that the torch of Asia has been kindled this night. Later, the historian Hegesias would offer a wry joke about the tragedy, saying it was no surprise the temple burned down, for Artemis was too busy acting as a midwife in Macedonia to save her own house. In Pella, messengers arrive in a breathless relay to find King Philip, who is away on campaign. They bring him 3 pieces of news, hitting him in rapid succession like arrows. First, his general Parmenion has crushed the Illyrian armies in a great battle. Second, his racehorse has won the gold at the Olympic Games, a victory that brings immense prestige. And third, his wife has borne him a son. The soothsayers swarm around the king, telling him that a boy born on such a day, amidst 3 great victories, will be invincible. Philip looks at the child, this small, fragile thing wrapped in linen, and sees the future of his kingdom. But Olympias looks at the child and sees something else entirely. She sees the lightning bolt. She sees the son of Zeus, merely disguised as a mortal prince. From his very first breath, Alexander is wrapped in a dual identity, the son of a gritty, scarred warrior king, and the son of a myth. The storm outside eventually settles into a quiet, rhythmic rain, washing the dust from the marble terraces. But the energy in the room remains electric. The baby sleeps, unaware that he has already conquered his parents' imaginations, unaware that the snakes under the bed are watching him with unblinking eyes, and unaware that the world is already waiting for him to grow up. As the storm of his birth clears, the world into which Alexander begins to walk is not a nursery of soft rhymes and warm milk, but a kingdom of grit, timber, and iron. Pella, for all its rising grandeur, is still a place where the wind cuts through the valleys with a bite that reminds everyone of the coming winter. The palace is not yet the marble fantasy of later empires. It is a fortress of working men, filled with the heavy scent of roasted meats, unwashed wool, and the metallic tang of sharpened bronze. Here the King Philip II casts a shadow that stretches far longer than his mortal frame. To understand the son, we must look long and hard at the father, a man who is less a monarch and more a force of nature carved from old oak. Philip is a walking map of his own violent history. By the time Alexander is old enough to look up at him, the king is already a mosaic of injuries. He has lost an eye at the siege of Methone, an arrow taking it with a brutal precision that would have retired a lesser man. Instead of hiding the disfigurement, Philip wears the empty socket like a medal of honor, a dark hollow that seems to stare just as intensely as his remaining good eye. He has a hand maimed by a lance, a collarbone shattered in a skirmish, and a leg pierced by a spear that leaves him with a rolling, rhythmic limp. When Philip walks through the stone corridors of Pella, you can hear him coming, the heavy thud of the good boot, the dragging scrape of the bad leg, an uneven heartbeat echoing against the walls. To the young Alexander, this sound is the drumbeat of authority. It teaches him his first and most enduring lesson, that power is not given by the gods in a flash of lightning, but paid for in blood, inch by painful inch. The court of Macedon is a place of loud, boisterous masculinity, far removed from the perfumed debates of Athens to the south. Here, men drink wine unmixed with water, a habit the southern Greeks find barbaric, and they laugh with deep, chest-rattling bellows that shake the dust from the rafters. Philip is the loudest of them all, a man of immense appetites and immense charm, who can charm a diplomat in the morning and burn a city by sunset. Historians still debate the true nature of Philip's feelings toward his intense, golden-haired son. Some argue he saw Alexander as his greatest creation, the final arrow in his quiver. Others suggest he looked at the boy with a quiet, gnawing dread, recognizing a predator that might one day grow large enough to eat him. But in the quiet moments, when the feasting is done and the torches burn low, the dynamic is clear. Affection in this house is a transaction. Philip does not bounce the boy on his knee to hear him giggle. He tests his grip. He does not ask if Alexander is happy. He asks if he is ready. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal, but spiritually true, that when Alexander once complained of a minor scrap earned in play, Philip laughed not with cruelty, but with a dry educational dismissal. He pointed to his own ruined leg, stiff and aching in the damp air, and told the boy that a wound is merely a place where the skin has forgotten how to lie. It is an opening where the truth comes out. For Alexander, this environment is both a crucible and a cage. He watches his father navigate the treacherous politics of the court, where every smile hides a dagger and every marriage is a treaty. Philip marries often, accumulating wives like he accumulates territories, and each new queen brings new complications, new sons, new threats to Alexander's inheritance. The young prince learns to watch the room before he enters it. He learns that safety is an illusion. He sees that his father's scars are not just physical, they are calluses over the soul. Philip has learned to shut off his empathy to survive, to make the hard choice without blinking. Alexander, possessing a naturally sensitive and fiery spirit, absorbs this stoicism not as a natural trait, but as a mask he must weld to his own face. He begins to mimic the old veterans, standing straighter than his age allows, speaking in short, clipped sentences, hiding the softness of his youth behind a veneer of premature manhood. It is a performance, but one that he practices until it begins to feel like skin. The atmosphere of the palace is thick with the smell of leather and horse sweat, for the Macedonians are people of the plains, born in the saddle. While other Greek children are learning the lyre, Alexander is taken to the paddocks. He watches the grooms struggle with the great war horses, beasts bred for biting and trampling. He sees how Philip commands these animals, not always with the whip, but with a dominant, crushing presence. It is a world where the weak are trampled, literally and metaphorically. One can imagine the young prince standing by the fence, the autumn wind ruffling his hair, which he wears long in the style of a lion's mane, a small rebellion against the cropped practicality of the soldiers, watching his father break a colt. Philip turns to him, his one good eye narrowing, and says something that will echo in Alexander's mind for decades. Macedon is a small pit, my boy. You will have to grow claws if you wish to climb out. There is a gentle, dark humor in the court as well, a way of laughing at death because it is always waiting outside the door. They joke that a Macedonian king who dies in bed has failed his ancestors. They tease the philosophers for thinking too much and bleeding too little. Alexander hears these jokes, but he rarely laughs. He is too busy studying. He studies Philip's limp to understand the cost of a mistake. He studies Philip's drinking to understand the cost of forgetting. He studies the way the soldiers look at his father, with a mix of terror and absolute, dog-like devotion. Alexander wants that look. He craves that devotion. But he knows, with the intuitive grasp of a genius child, that he cannot be Philip. He cannot be this rough-hewn oak of a man. He must be something else, something sharper, something that doesn't just endure the storm, but rides it. And so, in the long shadows of the Bella evenings, while the fires crackle and the hounds sleep in the corners, the distance between father and son grows. It is not a distance of miles, but of nature. Philip is the earth, solid, scarred, immovable. Alexander is becoming the fire, restless, consuming, and dangerous to touch. The boy is never allowed to be just a boy because the father was never allowed to be just a man. He had to be a king. And kings, Philip shows him every day, are not made of flesh and blood. They are made of iron and scars. As the moon rises over the palace, illuminating the rugged peaks of the north, the young prince lies in his bed, listening to the heavy, uneven footsteps of his father pacing the hall below. A sound that says, "I am awake. I am watching. Be strong or be nothing." If the courtyard was Philip's domain, ruled by the loud geometry of the phalanx and the smell of unwashed horses, the library was Alexander's sanctuary, a quiet island where the air smelled of cedar oil, dried papyrus, and the faint, sweet dust of old ideas. It is here, away from the prying eyes of the soldiers and the suffocating expectations of the throne room, that the boy begins to build a world that makes sense to him. He is not alone in this refuge. He is guided by his first tutor, Lysimachus of Acarnania. Lysimachus is not a brilliant philosopher like the man who will come later. He is a storyteller, a man who understands that a child's heart is not a vessel to be filled with facts, but a fire to be lit with dreams. While other tutors drone on about the dull economics of grain taxes or the proper way to address a satrap, Lysimachus kneels beside the young prince and whispers the names that will define his soul: Achilles, Patroclus, Troy. To understand Alexander, we must understand the ghost that walks beside him, the shadow that stretches across 3,000 years to touch his shoulder. That ghost is Achilles, the golden warrior of Homer's Iliad. For Alexander, this is not merely a story. It is not a distant legend to be recited at festivals. It is a family history. Through his mother Olympias, who claims descent from the Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, Alexander believes that the blood of the hero beats in his own wrists. When he reads the lines of the epic, he does not see a character. He sees a mirror. He spends hours poring over the scrolls, his finger tracing the lines of hexameter until the ink smudges onto his skin. He memorizes the rage of Achilles, the grief of Achilles, the terrible, beautiful speed of the man whom no one could catch. There is a scholarly debate that drifts through the centuries like smoke. Did Alexander truly believe he was a new Achilles? Or was it a brilliant piece of propaganda, a costume he wore to inspire his men? The truth, as it often does, likely lies in the quiet space between. To a boy living under the crushing weight of a father like Philip, a man who is all reality, all scar tissue and grit, the figure of Achilles offers an escape into the sublime. Achilles is everything Philip is not: beautiful, tragic, divinely touched, and famously short-lived. This becomes the central tension of Alexander's inner life, the choice of Achilles. The legend says the hero was given two paths: a long, peaceful life where he would be loved but forgotten, or a short, violent life where he would die young, but his name would last forever. In the silence of the library, with the motes of dust dancing in the shafts of afternoon light, Alexander makes his choice long before he ever lifts a spear. He chooses the short life. He chooses the eternal name. It is a heavy thing for a child to decide, to trade the warmth of old age for the cold marble of a statue. But Alexander is a boy who has never been taught the value of simply existing. He only knows how to strive. It is in these quiet hours of study that we first see the presence of another figure, a boy who shares the reading table, leaning in close to see the words: Hephaestion. If Alexander is Achilles, then Hephaestion is his Patroclus. They are raised together, two bright sparks in a stern world. History has spent centuries arguing over the precise nature of their bond. Were they lovers, brothers, or simply two lonely souls who found a common language in a world of shouting men? The texts are coy, but the heart of the story is clear. Hephaestion is the one person with whom Alexander does not have to perform. With Hephaestion, he can be uncertain. He can be soft. They read the Iliad together, perhaps enacting the scenes, finding a script for their own friendship in the ancient verses. There is a gentle humor in imagining them there. Two noble boys attempting to sound like grizzled warriors, their voices cracking with puberty as they shout challenges at the imaginary walls of Troy, only to be shushed by a weary librarian who just wants to organize his scrolls in peace. But the game is serious. Alexander begins to sleep with a copy of the Iliad under his pillow. And here is the detail that sends a shiver down the spine of history. Beside the scroll, he places a dagger, the poem and the blade, the dream and the reality. They rest together beneath his head, seeping into his dreams. The book represents the mind, the spirit, the connection to the divine. The dagger represents the world of his father, the necessary violence of survival. He refuses to separate them. This specific copy of the Iliad will travel with him to the ends of the earth, kept in a precious jeweled casket taken from the spoils of Persia, earning it the name the casket copy. It is said that he would eventually value this book more than all the gold in Asia. Why? Because gold is heavy, but a story can make you fly. Through Lysimachus and Homer, Alexander learns to see the world not as it is, but as it could be. He learns that a king is not just a manager of cities, but a protagonist in a divine drama. This belief imbues him with a terrifying confidence. When he looks at a map, he does not see borders. He sees a stage waiting for his entrance. But there is a darkness to this obsession as well. Achilles was a hero, yes, but he was also a man of uncontrollable sorrow and destructive rage. He withdrew from battle when his pride was wounded. He dragged the body of Hector through the dust in a fit of grief. By modeling himself on this tragic figure, Alexander is unknowingly writing the script of his own unraveling. He is learning that great emotion is the privilege of great men, that rules are for ordinary people, and that the only judgment that matters comes from the poets, not the laws. Yet, in these early years, the tragedy is still far off, hidden behind the veil of the future. For now, there is only the safety of the room, the smell of the lamp oil, and the voice of Lysimachus weaving webs of glory. We can imagine the tutor leaning back, watching the young prince with a mixture of pride and unease, seeing the intensity in those mismatched eyes, one blue as the sky, one brown as the earth. He sees a boy who is drinking the myth too deeply, who is beginning to believe that he can outrun time itself. The sun sets outside, casting long purple shadows over the Macedonian hills, and the palace begins to stir for the evening meal. The noise of the soldiers returns, the shouting, the clatter of bronze, but Alexander lingers a moment longer in the silence, his hand resting on the scroll, his heart beating in rhythm with the hexameter. He is not just reading history, he is practicing for it. He is waiting for his own war, his own Patroclus, his own Troy. He is a child arming himself with poetry, unaware that the poetry will one day demand a price he can scarcely imagine. The scroll is rolled up, the ribbon tied, and the boy steps out of the library and back into the court of Philip, carrying the soul of a hero in a chest that is still too small to hold it. The heat of the Macedonian afternoon hangs heavy over the training grounds, a shimmering curtain of dust and light that blurs the horizon. It is a day for sweat, for the buzzing of cicadas in the olive trees, and for the sharp, pungent smell of heated leather. On this particular day, a horse dealer named Philonicus the Thessalian has arrived at the court of Pella, bringing with him a beast that is less an animal and more a force of nature wrapped in midnight black skin. The horse is massive, a towering creature of muscle and rage, with a coat as dark as a moonless night and a massive head marked by a white star. Some say the mark resembles the head of an ox, giving the horse his name, Bucephalus. The price Philonicus asks is exorbitant, 13 talents, a sum that could buy a small fleet of ships or pay a regiment of soldiers for a year. It is a king's price for a king's mount. But as the grooms approach the animal, the deal seems foolish. Bucephalus is wild. He screams when men come near, lashing out with hooves that could shatter a ribcage in a single strike. He rears up, a tower of black fury, snapping his teeth at anyone who dares to reach for the bridle. The best riders of the Macedonian Guard, men who were practically born in the saddle, try to mount him and are thrown into the dust, humiliated and bruised. King Philip watches from the shade of the gallery, his face darkening with annoyance. To Philip, a practical man who measures value in utility, This is a waste of time. A horse that cannot be ridden is useless, no matter how beautiful its lines or how high its pedigree. He waves his hand dismissively, his voice cutting through the noise of the struggle. Take him away, Philip commands, his tone final. He is wild and unbroken. Do not bring me damaged goods. The dealers move to lead the horse away, defeated. But then, a voice cuts through the heavy air. Not a deep, scarred voice of a veteran, but the high, clear tenor of a boy. What a horse they are losing, Alexander says, loud enough for his father to hear, for want of skill and spirit to manage him. The court falls silent. It is a dangerous thing to question the king, especially in front of his men. Philip turns, his one eye narrowing at his son. He sees a boy of 12 or 13, small for his age, but vibrating with an intensity that seems to hum in the air. Do you find fault with those older than yourself? Philip asks, a challenge in his voice. As if you knew more than they, or could manage the horse better. Alexander does not look down. He does not flinch. I could manage this horse better than others do, he replies. The soldiers chuckle, a soft, rippling sound of amusement, a child teaching veterans how to ride. It is a joke. Philip smiles, a tight, grim expression. And if you do not, he asks, what is the penalty for your rashness? Alexander looks at the horse, then back at the king. I will pay the price of the horse. The court bursts into laughter. 13 talents is a fortune the boy does not possess, but Philip nods. He accepts the wager, perhaps hoping to teach his arrogant son a lesson in humility. Alexander steps out from the shade, walking alone into the blinding sunlight of the arena. He does not run. He does not shout. He moves with a slow, deliberate grace, his eyes locked on the thrashing animal. The crowd holds its breath. They expect the boy to be trampled. They expect the tragedy of a prince crushed by his own hubris. But Alexander has noticed something that the experienced horsebreakers, in their aggression and noise, have missed. He has been watching not just the horse, but the ground. He sees that Bucephalus is shying away from the dancing, dark shapes on the sand. The horse is afraid of his own shadow. It is a profound realization. This terrifying beast, this monster of muscle, is driven by fear, not malice. He is fighting a ghost that moves when he moves, a dark twin he cannot escape. Alexander approaches slowly. He speaks, not with the bark of a command, but with a low, rhythmic, soothing tone. He reaches out, not to grab the bridle, but to touch the neck. Gently, firmly, Alexander takes the strap and turns the horse's head. He turns him toward the sun. As the horse pivots, the shadow falls behind him, vanishing into the dust. The terrifying dark shape is gone. Bucephalus blinks, confused, then calms. The demon has vanished. Alexander strokes the horse's nose, whispering words that no historian recorded, a private language between two restless spirits. He drops his cloak to the ground, removing anything that might flap or startle the beast. Then, with a sudden, fluid motion, he vaults onto the horse's back. The crowd gasps. Philip stands up. For a moment, the horse stands still, surprised by the weight. Then, Alexander gives the command. He does not kick, he nudges, and Bucephalus runs. He does not buck, he flies. They dare across the plain, a blur of black and gold, moving faster than anyone thought possible. The boy and the horse are not fighting. They are one creature, welded together by trust and instinct. Alexander urges him on, letting the horse burn off his fear in a glorious explosion of speed. They reach the end of the track, turn, and gallop back, the boy's hair streaming like a comet's tail, his face radiant with a joy that transcends the grim expectations of his father's court. When he reins the horse in before the king, the beast is sweating but docile, his chest heaving, his eyes soft. Alexander slides down, patting the wet neck of the animal that will carry him to the ends of the world. The soldiers do not laugh now. They cheer, a roar that shakes the olive trees. But Philip does not cheer. He steps down from the gallery, his limp heavy and slow. He walks to his son, tears standing in his eyes, not of joy, but of a strange, prophetic sadness. He sees, perhaps for the first time, that his son is not just a Macedonian prince. He is something else, something vast. Philip takes Alexander's head in his hands, kisses his forehead, and speaks the words that will haunt Alexander for the rest of his life. O my son, look thee out a kingdom, equal to and worthy of thyself, for Macedonia is too little for thee. It is a blessing, but it is also an eviction. Philip is admitting that the container he built is too small for the spirit his son carries. Alexander has won the horse, and in doing so, he has lost his childhood. He has proven that he can tame the things that terrify other men, not by force, but by understanding. He has looked at the monster and seen the fear inside it. Historians often note that Bucephalus would allow no one else to ride him for the next 20 years. He would carry Alexander through fire, snow, and desert, dying only after the Battle of the Hydaspes in distant India, thousands of miles from this dusty paddock. But on this day, there is only the boy, the horse, and the sun. Alexander leads Bucephalus to the stables, his hand resting on the mane, and for the first time, he feels the true rhythm of his destiny, a galloping heartbeat that will not stop until it has outrun the very edge of the map. The sun begins to dip lower, turning the dust into a golden haze, and the boy walks on, listening to the heavy, comforting sound of hooves following him home, a sound that says, I am with you. We are the storm. Far from the clanging bronze and shouting drill sergeants of Bela, there lies a place of startling quiet. It is called Mieza, the precinct of the nymphs. Here, the landscape softens into a dream of hanging vines, cool limestone caves, and streams that murmur over mossy rocks like liquid glass. The air is different here, sweeter, heavy with the scent of wild jasmine and damp earth. It is to this secluded paradise that Philip sends his son at the age of 13, effectively exiling him from the court to a boarding school of his own making. But this is no ordinary school, and the master is no ordinary teacher. Waiting for the prince in the dappled shadows of the olive groves is a man with a high forehead, small, sharp eyes, and a mind that contains the universe. He is Aristotle of Stagira. Philip has paid a king's ransom for this tutor. In exchange for teaching Alexander, the king has agreed to rebuild Aristotle's hometown of Stagira, which he had previously destroyed in war, brick by brick, freeing its enslaved citizens and restoring their homes. It is a staggering fee, an entire city for one boy's mind. But as we watch the two of them walking under the stone arches of Mieza, it becomes clear that the investment is sound. Aristotle is the antithesis of Philip. Where the father is instinct and violence, the tutor is logic and categorization. Aristotle walks as he teaches, the famous peripatetic method, pacing the shaded paths, with his hands clasped behind his back, forcing the boys to keep up with both his stride and his thoughts. Alexander is not alone here. He is surrounded by the sons of Macedonian nobility, a wolf pack of young aristocrats who will one day become the generals, kings, and satraps of a fractured world. Ptolemy is here, sharp-witted and observant, perhaps already taking mental notes for the history he will write decades later in Egypt. Hephaestion is here, always close to Alexander's shoulder, his presence a constant anchor in the shifting tides of debate. They sit on stone benches cut directly into the rock face, listening to the master speak of biology, ethics, politics, and rhetoric. The curriculum is vast. Aristotle teaches them that the world is not a magical mystery governed by the whims of capricious gods, but a machine governed by laws. He teaches them to observe. He shows them the veins in a leaf, the anatomy of a lizard, the movement of the stars. He hands Alexander a dissected animal and demands to know how it works. For a boy raised on the mythic glory of Homer, this is a shock. It grounds him. It teaches him that to conquer the world, one must first understand the dirt, the water, and the blood that compose it. Alexander devours this knowledge with a terrifying hunger. He learns medicine, a skill he will use to bandage his friends on future battlefields. He learns geography, staring at the blank spaces on the maps and feeling an itch to fill them in. But there is a fundamental friction in this garden, a philosophical battle silently raging between the master and the student. Aristotle preaches the golden mean, the idea that virtue lies in the middle path between two extremes. Courage is the midpoint between cowardice and recklessness. Generosity is the midpoint between stinginess and wastefulness. Nothing in excess, the philosopher warns, echoing the inscription at Delphi. Alexander listens, his eyes burning with that strange, mismatched intensity, and he rejects it in his soul. To him, the middle path is for ordinary men. He does not want to be a man of moderation. He wants to be a man of extremes. He wants to be the most generous, the most courageous, the most terrifying. He takes Aristotle's tools, logic, rhetoric, strategy, and sharpens them, but he refuses to use them to build a quiet life. He is forging weapons for a war on limits itself. There is a fascinating historical footnote here, a point of scholarly contention that still echoes. Aristotle, for all his brilliance, was a man of his time. He taught Alexander that the Greeks were free men by nature, while the barbarians, the non-Greeks, particularly the Persians, were slaves by nature, fit only to be ruled like cattle. He advised the prince to treat the Greeks as a leader treats his friends, and the barbarians as a master treats his beasts. Alexander nods, memorizing the lesson. But years later, he will shatter this teaching completely. He will come to see the nobility in his enemies, adopting their dress, marrying their daughters, and dreaming of a unified empire of fused cultures, a cosmopolitan vision that would have horrified his teacher. It is the student's ultimate rebellion, using the mind Aristotle trained to dismantle the prejudices Aristotle held. Yet, amidst the heavy philosophy, there are moments of boyhood. We can imagine the soft humor of the scene. The great Aristotle, arguably the smartest man who ever lived, trying to explain the metaphysics of the soul, while a group of teenage warriors in training stifle yawns or secretly pass jokes about the tutor's thinning hair. They are, after all, young men full of testosterone, trapped in a garden while their fathers are out fighting wars. They wrestle in the grass when the master isn't looking. They race horses down the riverbanks. They debate not just the nature of justice, but who would win in a fight between Achilles and a lion. In these moments, the bond of the companions is forged, a loyalty deeper than blood, sealed in the laughter and secrets of a lost summer. One afternoon, the lesson turns to the Iliad again. Aristotle finds Alexander's obsession with the poem quaint, perhaps a bit dangerous, but he indulges it. He prepares a special annotated copy of the epic for the prince, correcting the text, smoothing the verses. He gives Alexander the intellectual justification for his feelings, that the hero is a superior form of man, one whose greatness benefits the community even if his actions are disruptive. Alexander takes this as permission. He realizes that he doesn't have to choose between being a philosopher and a king. He can be the philosopher king described by Plato, a ruler who combines absolute power with absolute wisdom. It is a heady, intoxicating concept. As the years at Mieza draw to a close, the atmosphere shifts. The boys are growing taller, their voices deepening, their bodies filling out with the hard muscle of manhood. The news from Pella becomes more urgent. Philip is preparing for a massive campaign against Byzantium. The idyll of the garden is ending. The school of generals is about to graduate. On their final days, the sun filters through the leaves, casting a golden, nostalgic light on the stone benches. Aristotle looks at his pupil, this brilliant, terrifying, beautiful boy, and perhaps he feels a shiver of premonition. He has sharpened the mind of a conqueror. He has taught him everything he knows about the world, but he cannot teach him how to be happy in it. He has given Alexander the map, but he cannot control where he steps. Alexander stands at the edge of the Nymphaeum, looking south toward the capital. He is 16 years old. He carries the logic of the scientist in his head and the fire of the poet in his heart. He is ready. The quiet rustle of the leaves is about to be replaced by the roar of the assembly. The scent of jasmine will give way to the smell of burning cities. The boy who walked in the garden of questions is about to step onto the battlefield of answers. And the first answer he will give the world is this: I am not the mean. I am the excess. The transition from the sun-dappled groves of Mieza to the cold, echoing stone of the throne room in Pella is abrupt, like waking from a warm dream into a winter morning. Alexander is 16 years old. The year is 340 BCE. His father, King Philip, has gathered the great iron machine of the Macedonian army and marched east to lay siege to Perinthus and Byzantium, leaving the heart of the kingdom exposed. In a move that still puzzles and intrigues historians, Philip does not entrust the safety of the realm to one of his grizzled generals or a council of elders. He tosses the keys of the kingdom to his teenage son. He hands Alexander the royal seal, a heavy ring of gold and carnelian that feels cold against the boy's skin, and appoints him regent of Macedonia. It is the ultimate final exam. The palace, usually a hive of noise and brawling energy, falls strangely silent with the army gone. The corridors feel wider, the shadows longer. For the first time, Alexander sits in the chair of state, not as an observer, but as the final word. He feels the immense, crushing weight of the silence. Every courtier, every petitioner, every servant watches him, waiting for the crack in the armor, the hesitation of the child. But Alexander does not hesitate. He wears the authority like a cloak that fits him perfectly, perhaps a little too perfectly, for the comfort of the older men left behind to advise him. He applies the logic of Aristotle to the logistics of the state, managing grain supplies and tax disputes with a terrifying cool efficiency. But the quiet does not last. News travels fast in the ancient world, carried by runners and riders who navigate the mountain passes with lungs of leather. Up in the north, in the upper valleys of the Strymon River, the Maedi tribe hears that the lion of Macedon is away. They look south and see only a cub left to guard the den. They imagine a soft boy, distracted by philosophy and poetry, playing at being king. They see an opportunity to burn the yoke of Macedonian rule. The Maedi rise in revolt, their war cries echoing off the granite peaks, threatening to spill down into the fertile plains of the kingdom. It is a calculated insult, a test of the boy's mettle. In the capital, the advisors urged caution. "Wait for Philip," they whisper, their voices trembling with the prudence of old age. "Send a messenger. Barricade the gates." Alexander listens to their counsel with a face like a marble mask. He touches the hilt of his sword, not a ceremonial toy, but a weapon sharpened for use. He knows that to wait is to admit weakness. To wait is to be the child they think he is. He remembers the lesson of the black horse. You do not shrink from the thing that frightens you. You ride it. Alexander gathers the soldiers who were left behind, the young, the old, the reserves, and he forges them into an army through the sheer force of his will. He does not ask them to follow. He assumes they will, and in his certainty, they find their courage. The march north is Alexander's first true campaign. He trades the tunic of the scholar for the linothorax of the general. The sensory reality of war hits him not as a shock, but as a recognition. The smell of the campfires, the groan of the ox carts, the rhythmic tramp of sandals on the hard-packed earth. It all feels like a song he has known since birth. When they reach the mighty lands, the boy does not negotiate. He strikes. The details of the battle are lost to the mist of time, but the outcome is stark and absolute. Alexander crushes the rebellion with a decisiveness that makes even the veterans blink. He drives the Maedi from their ancestral town, scattering them into the winds of the wilderness. But he is not done. He does not simply defeat the enemy. He erases them in a gesture of breathtaking audacity that mirrors his father's own methods. He invites settlers from across the Greek world to inhabit the empty town. He repopulates it, rebuilds it, and then, with a flourish of ego that is almost charming in its teenage arrogance, he renames it. Philip had built a city and named it Philippopolis. So Alexander stands amidst the smoking ruins and the fresh timber of new construction, and christens his first city, Alexandropolis. It is a statement carved in stone. I am not just Philip's son. I am his rival. There is a ripple of dark humor in the court when the news reaches them. The audacity of the 16-year-old naming a city after himself before he has even grown a full beard. It is the ancient equivalent of a child signing his name on the wall in permanent ink. But beneath the amusement lies a shiver of awe. The cub has bitten, and his teeth are sharp. When Alexander returns to Pella, he does not come back as the student who left. He walks with a new weight. He has taken a life. He has ordered men to their deaths. He has felt the intoxicating, terrifying rush of total command. He hands the seal ring back to his father upon Philip's return. But both men know that the dynamic has shifted forever. Philip looks at the map, sees the new name Alexandropolis scratched into the northern border, and he does not scold the boy. He embraces him. But in that embrace, there is the tension of two tigers circling the same territory. Historians often point to this moment as the end of Alexander's apprenticeship. The regency proved that he was capable of ruling, but it also planted a dangerous seed in his mind, the belief that he did not need Philip to be great. The city of Alexandropolis would not last. It would eventually fade from history, its location lost to the forests and the raids of later centuries. But the psychological city Alexander built inside himself that summer would never fall. He learned that the burden of the crown is loneliness. When he sat on that throne, the companions, Hephaestion, Ptolemy, the others, they stood below him. For the first time, he felt the vertical distance of power. He learned that a king cannot truly have equals, only subjects and enemies. As the winter sets in, covering the palace in a shroud of white silence, Alexander stands on the balcony, looking north toward the city that bears his name. He is no longer practicing for history. He has begun to write it. The wind howls around the stone pillars, carrying the scent of snow and wood smoke, and the young prince realizes that the warmth of the library and the safety of the classroom are gone forever. He is out in the cold now, and he finds, to his own surprise, that he prefers the temperature. He turns back to the warmth of the brazier, his shadow stretching long and thin across the floor, a dark premonition of the giant he is becoming. The child who was never allowed to be weak has just proven that he is strong enough to stand alone. The air in the palace is thick enough to choke on, heavy with the scent of roasted meats, spilled perfume, and the sharp, acidic tang of unmixed wine. It is 337 BCE, and Pella is celebrating a wedding that feels suspiciously like a declaration of war. King Philip, now in his mid-40s, scarred and graying, but possessed of a restless, terrifying vitality, has fallen in love. He is marrying Cleopatra Eurydice, a young noblewoman of pure Macedonian blood. To the casual observer, this is merely a king indulging in a late-life passion, a common enough story in the annals of royalty. But to Alexander, who sits at the high table with a face carved from cold stone, this is not a romance. It is a replacement. For the first time, his position as the heir is not just threatened, it is besieged. His mother, Olympias, is absent, her absence hanging over the hall like a storm cloud. She has been effectively set aside for this new, younger queen, and the insult burns in Alexander's chest, hotter than the coals in the braziers. The banquet hall is a riot of noise. The Macedonians are drinking with the desperate thirst of men who know that peace is fleeting. Goblets of gold and silver clash, laughter roars from bearded throats, and the torches flicker wildly in the draught, casting long, jittery shadows that dance on the walls like specters. Alexander watches. He does not drink deeply. He watches the way the courtiers fawn over the new bride. He watches the way his father looks at her, with a softness he never showed Olympias. He watches Attalus, the bride's uncle and guardian, a man who has drunk far too much and whose ambition is starting to leak out of his pores. Attalus stands up, swaying slightly, a golden cup raised high in the smoky light. The room quiets down, expecting a standard toast to long life and fertility. But Attalus, emboldened by wine and the arrogance of his new proximity to the throne, says something that stops the heart of the room. He calls upon the Macedonians to pray to the gods that from this union of Philip and Cleopatra, there might be born a legitimate heir to the kingdom. The silence that follows is absolute. It is a vacuum that sucks the air out of the room. The insult is precise and devastating. By calling for a legitimate heir, Attalus is publicly branding Alexander, the son of the foreign snake-worshipping Olympias, as illegitimate, a bastard, a half-breed. Alexander does not hesitate. The discipline of Aristotle, the restraint of the philosopher, the lessons of the library, they all vanish in a flash of white-hot rage. He hurls his heavy goblet at Attalus's head. "You wretch!" Alexander screams, his voice cracking with the fury of a betrayed child. "Am I then a bastard to you?" The cup strikes, wine splashes like blood across the white marble floor, and the table erupts. Men shout, chairs are overturned. And then the king rises. Philip, red-faced with drink and fury, sees only his son attacking his new bride's family. He sees insubordination. He sees a threat. He draws his sword, the same sword that has carved empires, and lurches toward his son. The room freezes in horror. History holds its breath. A father is about to kill his son. The past is about to murder the future. Philip takes a step, his eyes locked on Alexander, his arm raised to strike. But the years of war, the shattered leg, and the gallons of wine betray him. Philip stumbles. His bad leg gives way, and the great conqueror crashes to the floor, a heap of purple robes and helpless rage. He lies there, panting, his sword skittering across the stone. Alexander looks down at the man who dominated his life, the man who was supposed to be invincible. He sees not a god, but a drunk old man defeated by his own appetites. The young prince sneers, delivering a line so cutting, so perfectly composed, that it has survived for 23 centuries. He points at his fallen father and addresses the silent room. "See there," Alexander says, his voice cold and steady. "The man who makes preparations to pass out of Europe into Asia, but who cannot even pass from one couch to another without falling." With that final brutal judgment, Alexander turns on his heel and walks out. He does not run. He walks. He leaves the warmth of the hall, the smell of the feast, and the life he has known. He walks out into the cool night air of Macedonia, where the stars look down with indifferent brilliance. He is no longer the crown prince. He is an exile. The rupture is complete. That very night, Alexander collects his mother, Olympias. We can imagine the scene. The hurried packing of trunks, the hushed whispers, the horses being saddled in the dark. They ride out of Pella before the sun rises, a small caravan of fallen grace moving through the sleeping city. Alexander takes his mother to her ancestral home in Epirus, leaving her with her brother. And then he rides on alone, north into the wild mountains of Illyria. It is a dangerous, reckless journey. Illyria is enemy territory, a land of sharp beaks and sharper knives. But Alexander does not care. He needs distance. He needs to be anywhere but under Philip's shadow. For months, the heir to the greatest power in Greece lives as a guest among barbarians, sleeping in drafty halls, eating simple food, watching the snow fall on the pines. It is a time of profound isolation. He wonders if he has thrown it all away. He wonders if his destiny was a lie. Historians still debate the wisdom of this move. Was it a petulant tantrum or a calculated strategic withdrawal to show Philip exactly how vulnerable the kingdom was without him? The truth is likely emotional. It was the act of a son who realized he could never earn his father's love, so he decided to punish him with his absence. Back in Pella, the palace is quieter. Philip wakes from his drunken stupor to a headache and a hollow realization. He has driven away his right hand. He has the new wife, he has the uncle, but he does not have the wolf. He tries to govern, but the spark is gone. The companions, Hephaestion and the others, are exiled or watched closely. The court feels off balance, like a table with a missing leg. Philip, for all his stubbornness, knows he has made a mistake. He needs Alexander, not just as a son, but as a general. The invasion of Persia is looming, and Philip knows, deep in his scarred bones, that he cannot do it without the boy. A reconciliation is eventually brokered by a family friend, Demaratus of Corinth, who gently chides Philip, asking how he can hope to bring harmony to the Greeks when he cannot even bring harmony to his own house. Philip swallows his pride, a bitter pill for a king, and recalls his son. Alexander returns to Pella, but the glass is shattered. It has been glued back together, but the cracks are visible to everyone. The trust is gone. When Alexander rides back through the gates, he does not look at his father with admiration anymore. He looks at him with the cool, appraising eye of a rival. The blood may have been scrubbed from the marble floor and the spilled wine washed away, but the stain remains in the mind. The wedding feast that was meant to secure Philip's future has instead doomed it. The house of Macedon is now a house of knives, where everyone smiles and no one sleeps soundly. Alexander moves back into his chambers, unpacking his scrolls and his dagger. But he keeps his boots near the bed. He knows now that the palace is not a home. It is just another battlefield, perhaps the most dangerous one of all. And as he lies in the dark, listening to the wind rattle the shutters, he realizes that the next time he draws his sword, it will not be to toast a marriage. It will be to survive a funeral. The summer of 336 BC breaks over the ancient capital of Ege with a brilliance that hurts the eyes. It is a day meant for glory, not grief. King Philip, seeking to mend the fractured relationships within his family and his empire, has arranged yet another wedding. This time it is his daughter, Cleopatra, Alexander's full sister, who is to marry Alexander of Epirus, the brother of the exiled Queen Olympias. It is a masterstroke of political theater, intended to unite the warring factions of his house and present a seamless front to the world before the great invasion of Persia begins. The city is bursting at the seams. Dignitaries from every Greek city-state have arrived, bringing gifts of gold, golden crowns, and flattering speeches. The theater is packed long before dawn, a bowl of stone filled with the murmuring anticipation of thousands. The air smells of expensive incense, and the sweat of a crowd pressed too close together. Alexander sits in the front row, his face composed, his mind lightly racing. He is 20 years old now. The exile is over, but the tension remains. He watches the stage where a procession of statues is being carried out, the 12 Olympian gods, sculpted in exquisite detail. And then, a 13th statue appears, Philip himself, enthroned among the deities. It is an act of breathtaking hubris. Philip is effectively declaring himself equal to the gods, a dangerous game to play in a world where the divine is jealous of its status. Suddenly, the king appears. He is not surrounded by his usual wall of bodyguards. He has sent them away, wanting to show the Greeks that he is protected by their love, not by their spears. He wears a cloak of pristine white, making him a beacon in the morning sun. He walks with a slight limp, but his head is high, soaking in the roar of applause. He looks invincible. He looks happy. And then, a shadow detaches itself from the crowd. It is Pausanias, a young bodyguard with a bitter personal grudge against the king, a story of sexual abuse and denied justice that had festered in the dark corners of the court. Pausanias moves with the terrifying speed of a man who has nothing left to lose. He rushes past the stunned onlookers. He draws a Celtic dagger from beneath his cloak. In one fluid, brutal motion, he drives the blade into Philip's chest, piercing the ribs and severing the heart of the Macedonian Empire. The king falls. The white cloak turns instantly, shockingly red. The roar of the crowd shears into a scream of collective disbelief. For a heartbeat, time seems to stop. The man who conquered Greece, the man of iron and scars, lies in the dust, reduced to meat and memory. Chaos explodes. Pausanias sprints toward the gates where horses are waiting, his escape route planned to the inch. But he catches his boot on a vine root, a tiny trivial detail that changes the course of history, and falls. 3 of Alexander's closest friends, Leonatus, Perdiccas, and Attalus, are upon him in an instant. There is no arrest. There is no trial. They drive their spears into the assassin until he is unrecognizable, silencing whatever secrets he might have carried to the grave. Back in the theater, Alexander does not scream. He does not weep. While others run or wail, he moves to his father's side. But it is too late. The king is dead. And in that precise moment, amidst the blood and the screaming, the boy dies too. The Alexander who studied poetry, who walked in the gardens of Mieza, who sulked in exile, he vanishes. In his place stands the king. He is 20 years old, and the world is suddenly very heavy and very large. Almost immediately, the whispers begin. The timing is too perfect. The assassin is too conveniently dead. Eyes turn to Olympias, who had returned from exile for the wedding, her face unreadable. Eyes turn to Alexander. Historians have argued for 2,000 years about their involvement. Did the mother and son orchestrate the murder of the father to save their own lives? Was Pausanias a lone wolf, or a weapon aimed by the royal family? We will never know. But the speed with which Alexander acts suggests, at the very least, that he was prepared for the possibility. He does not hesitate. He is acclaimed king by the army on the spot, the soldiers clashing their spears against their shields in a rhythm that drowns out the weeping. The king is dead. Long live King Alexander. The chant rises from the theater, spreading through the city, a wave of sound that solidifies his claim before anyone else can breathe. But a crown is not secure just because it sits on a head. Macedonia is a pit of vipers, and Alexander knows he must strike first. The purge that follows is swift, cold, and absolute. It is the first time we see the true, terrifying ruthlessness that will define his reign. He orders the execution of his cousin Amyntas, a potential rival for the throne. He executes 2 brothers from the Lyncestis region who are suspected of complicity. But the darkest work is done by his mother. While Alexander is securing the army, Olympias takes her revenge on Cleopatra Eurydice, Philip's young wife. The details are gruesome. The infant daughter of Cleopatra is killed in her mother's arms, and Cleopatra herself is forced to hang herself. Alexander is said to be furious at this cruelty, perhaps because it stains his new reign with the blood of a child, or perhaps because it reveals too much of the darkness in his own bloodline. But he does not punish his mother. He accepts the result. The rivals are gone. The path is clear. Within weeks, the boy king has consolidated his power with a speed that leaves his enemies reeling. He secures the loyalty of the Macedonian nobility by exempting them from taxes, buying their love with the future spoils of war. He presents himself not as a new ruler, but as the continuation of Philip, promising to fulfill his father's dream of invading Persia. But those who look closely see that something has changed. Philip was a politician, a man of compromises and delays. Alexander is pure momentum. He is young, handsome, and terrifyingly intelligent. He radiates a charisma that Philip never had, a kind of golden, divine glow that makes men want to die for him. The sensory shift in Pella is palpable. The rough, boisterous atmosphere of Philip's court is replaced by a tense, electric urgency. The maps are unrolled. The spears are sharpened. The waiting is over. Alexander stands before the assembly of the Macedonians, his father's cloak draped over his shoulders, looking small yet immense. He speaks to them not as a boy, but as their destiny. The name of the king has changed, he tells them, his voice ringing off the stone walls, but the efficiency of the administration will not. It is a lie, of course. The administration will be far less efficient, far more chaotic, and infinitely more glorious. He is not Philip. He is the storm that Philip predicted. As the funeral pyre of his father burns, sending a column of black smoke into the blue sky, Alexander watches the flames consume the past. He is alone now. The father who built him, who tormented him, who loved him in his own broken way, is ash. The mother who worships him is a terrifying force of nature he can barely control. The friends who surround him are loyal, but they are subordinates now. He turns his back on the fire and looks east, toward the rising sun, toward Asia. The child is gone. The weapon is unsheathed, and the world has no idea what is coming for it. Wind has a way of twisting the truth as it blows south over the mountains. In the late summer of 335 BCE, a whisper begins to drift through the marketplaces of Athens and the gymnasiums of Thebes. A rumor so hopeful, so intoxicating to the Greeks, that they drink it down like sweet wine. The rumor is this: the boy is dead. Alexander, the upstart king, has fallen in battle against the barbarians in the chaotic north. Demosthenes, the great orator of Athens, who has made a career of hating Macedon, produces a wounded man, a deserter, he claims, who swears he saw Alexander struck down. The relief in the Greek cities is palpable. The nightmare is over. The heavy boot of Macedon has been lifted by the grace of a lucky arrow. Thebes, the ancient city of 7 gates, the birthplace of Hercules and Dionysus, decides that the time for caution is past. They rise up. They murder the Macedonian officials in their city. They besiege the garrison in the Cadmea fortress. They declare themselves free, believing they are fighting a headless ghost. But the wind was lying. Alexander is not dead. He is merely busy. And when he hears that Thebes has revolted, he does not send a diplomat. He does not send a letter. He becomes the lightning bolt his mother always promised he would be. What follows is a feat of military movement that still baffles logisticians. Alexander marches his army from the mountains of Illyria to the gates of Thebes, a distance of nearly 300 miles through rugged, treacherous terrain, in just 14 days. It is a pace that blisters feet and breaks horses, but Alexander drives them on with a terrifying urgency. He knows that speed is the only way to catch the rebellion before it spreads like a wildfire to Athens and Sparta. When the Macedonian army appears on the ridge overlooking Thebes, the dust of their march turning the sky a bruised purple, the Thebans cannot believe their eyes. They are so deep in denial that they convince themselves this cannot be Alexander. It must be Antipater, his old general, or perhaps it is a small detachment led by an impostor. The king is dead, they tell each other, their voices trembling slightly. This is just a shadow. But then the shadow rides closer, and they see the white plumes, the mismatched eyes, the terrifying calm of the young king. The ghost has returned, and he has brought 30,000 men with him. Even now, Alexander pauses. He does not want to burn Thebes. This is a city of myth, a cornerstone of Greek culture. To destroy it would be to wound the very history he loves. He camps outside the walls for 3 days, waiting. He offers terms that are surprisingly lenient. Surrender the 2 ringleaders of the revolt, and all will be forgiven. It is a chance to step back from the ledge. But the Thebans are proud. They are the men who broke the power of Sparta a generation ago. They answer Alexander's offer with an insult, demanding that he surrender his own generals, Philotas and Antipater, to them. They mock him from the walls. It is a fatal miscalculation. They are treating him like a politician, not realizing they are dealing with a force of nature. The patience of the king evaporates. The order is given. The assault that follows is a chaotic, brutal collision of desperate bravery and disciplined violence. The Macedonians breach the walls, led by the impetuous Perdiccas, who, historians still argue, may have attacked without orders, dragging the whole army into the fray. But once the dam breaks, the flood is unstoppable. The street fighting is horrific. The Thebans fight for every inch of their city, making stands in the narrow alleys and the temples. But they are overwhelmed. And here, the story takes a dark turn that stains Alexander's reputation forever. The slaughter is not just carried out by Macedonian spears. Alexander allows the Phocians and other neighbors of Thebes, people who have hated the Thebans for generations, to join in the sack. It is a settling of old scores, a release of pent-up hatreds. 6,000 Thebans die in the streets. 30,000 are rounded up to be sold into slavery. The sensory reality of the day is overwhelming. The smell of burning cedar beams, the dust of crumbling limestone, the cries of a proud people watching their world end. But amidst this apocalypse, there is a single, strange moment of grace. A tiny flicker of the philosopher king shining through the warlord. As the soldiers run with torches to set the city ablaze, Alexander issues a specific, peculiar command. They are to burn the walls. They are to burn the houses of the rich and the poor. They are to tear down the public buildings. But there is one house that must not be touched. Spare the house of Pindar, Alexander orders. Pindar was a lyric poet who had died over a century earlier, a man whose verses honored the victors of the athletic games and the glory of the gods. Alexander, the student of Aristotle, the lover of Homer, cannot bring himself to destroy the home of a poet. He places a guard around the house. We can imagine the scene, a sea of fire and ruin, smoke billowing into the sky, and there, in the center of the devastation, stands one small, modest house, untouched, an island of memory in an ocean of erasure. It is a gesture that is both beautiful and terrifying. It says, "I respect art, But I own your lives. I can save what I choose, and I can destroy what I choose. The destruction of Thebes sends a shockwave through Greece that is more powerful than any earthquake. When the news reaches Athens, where the crowds had been cheering Alexander's death only days before, the city goes silent. The festival of the great mysteries is cancelled. The politicians who had called for war suddenly find they have very urgent business elsewhere. Alexander has made his point. He has shown the Greeks the price of defiance. He has erased one of the three great eyes of Greece to ensure the other two keep looking down. There is no need to siege Athens. The fear of Thebes' fate does the work for him. The Athenians send an embassy to congratulate him on his safe return and his punishment of the rebellious Thebans, a hypocrisy that must have made Alexander smile his cold, tight smile. Later in life, it is said that Alexander regretted the severity of this day. He would often treat Thebans he met in his travels with a special kindness, as if trying to pay back a debt that could never be settled. He believed, in his more superstitious moments, that the madness of his later years, the drunken rages, the murder of friends, was the vengeance of Dionysus, the god born in Thebes, punishing him for destroying his hometown. But on this day, as the smoke of the city drifts south toward Attica, there is no regret. There is only the cold calculation of the strategist. The back door to Asia is now locked. The Greeks are pacified not by love, but by a terror so absolute it will hold for a decade. Alexander stands amidst the ruins, his face streaked with soot, looking at the leveled city. He has done the impossible. He has turned a major power into a pasture. The boy is gone. The king stands on the ashes of the past, and finally, his eyes can turn to the only thing that matters, to the east, to the sunrise, to the vast golden mystery of Persia. The wind shifts again, no longer carrying rumors of death, but carrying the smell of the sea. The Hellespont awaits. The lesson is over. The conquest begins. The water of the Hellespont is not just water. It is a scar of blue separating two worlds. It is the liquid threshold between the known and the unknown, the psychological barrier between the Europe Alexander has mastered and the Asia that haunts his dreams. It is early spring, 334 BCE. The air is crisp, carrying the biting chill of the Black Sea current, but the sun is bright enough to glitter on the thousands of bronze helmets bobbing on the waves. The Macedonian army is crossing. This is not merely a military maneuver. It is a migration of history. 160 triremes, their oars cutting the water in rhythmic unison, ferry nearly 50,000 men across the narrow strait. Horses, blindfolded against the terror of the sea, stamp nervously on the transport barges. The smell is a potent mix of salt, wet timber, and the collective sweat of an army that knows there is no turning back. If they fail on the other side, this water will be their grave. But Alexander is not on a barge. He is piloting his own ship, steering the flagship with a deliberate theatrical flair. He is channeling the heroes of the past, specifically Agamemnon leading the Greeks to Troy. But he intends to succeed where Agamemnon merely endured. As the ship approaches the Asian shore, the engines are cut. The vessel glides silently toward the sand. Alexander moves to the prow. He is dressed in full armor, his helmet polished to a mirror sheen, the white plumes dancing in the wind. He holds a spear in his right hand, a heavy, war-hardened weapon. The army watches. The Persians, strangely, are nowhere to be seen. The coast is empty. This is the first stroke of luck. or perhaps the first failure of the Persian satraps, who have dismissed this invasion as a minor border raid. Alexander raises the spear. He does not speak. He leans back, his body a coiled spring of intent, and throws. The spear flies through the silence, a dark streak against the blue sky, arching over the water. It strikes the sandy beach of the Troad with a dull, heavy thud, burying itself deep in the earth. It is a legal and religious statement, as much as a dramatic one. By the laws of war and the favor of the gods, Alexander has claimed Asia as Spear-Won land. He is not an invader asking for permission. He is a landlord evicting a tenant. He leaps from the ship, fully armored, splashing into the surf, and becoming the first Macedonian to set foot on the continent. He does not stumble. He walks out of the waves and onto the beach, pulling his spear from the ground. The land has accepted him. Before the war can truly begin, however, there is a pilgrimage to be made. While the army unloads the supplies, the grain, the siege engines, the endless crates of arrows, Alexander leaves the logistics to his generals. He has more important business. He rides south to the ruins of Ilium, Troy. To the casual eye, the Troy of 334 BC is a disappointment. It is a dusty, shrunken village, a tourist trap for Romans who have not yet been born, living in the shadow of its own legend. The great walls described by Homer are mounds of rubble. The Scaean gates are memories. But Alexander does not see the village. He sees the poem. He sees the ghosts. He climbs the hill to the temple of Athena, where he makes sacrifices, pouring oil and wine onto the thirsty earth. He trades his own armor for a set of ancient armor preserved in the temple, a shield and spear said to date back to the Trojan War. Historians debate whether this armor was truly from the Bronze Age or merely a pious forgery kept by the priests. But to Alexander, it is authentic. He straps the shield of the heroes to his back. He wants to feel the weight of the myth pressing against his spine. Then comes the moment that feels most like a scene from a novel, yet is recorded as fact. Alexander and Hephaestion strip naked. In the ancient Greek custom, they run a race around the tomb of Achilles. It is a private ritual made public, a celebration of their bodies, their youth, and their bond. Alexander anoints the tomb of Achilles with oil and crowns it with a garland. Hephaestion, in a silent, mirroring gesture that confirms his role in this living drama, crowns the tomb of Patroclus. They do not need to speak the words for the army to understand the message. I am he, and he is me. It is a proclamation of love and identity that transcends the political. Alexander is telling the world that he has found the one thing Achilles had, a companion of the soul. But there is a shadow in the sunlight. By honoring Patroclus, Hephaestion is accepting the role of the one who dies first. It is a tragic foreshadowing that neither of them acknowledges, but the ghosts of Troy surely hear it. As they stand by the tomb, a local dignitary, eager to please the young king, offers to show Alexander the lyre of Paris, the prince whose affair with Helen started the war. Alexander sneers. The soft, romantic Paris is not his hero. I care nothing for the lyre of Paris, he snaps, but I would give a great deal to see the lyre of Achilles, with which he sang the praises of brave men. He rejects the instrument of seduction for the instrument of glory. He is not here for romance. He is here for war. Leaving Troy, Alexander rejoins his army. The mood has shifted. The crossing is done. The rituals are complete. The gods have been paid. Now, the reality of the invasion sets in. The Persian satraps, the governors of the western provinces, have finally woken up. They are gathering their forces. They are not the terrifying unified host of the great King Darius, yet they are a coalition of local lords, confident, perhaps arrogant, waiting by the banks of the Granicus River. They have chosen a strong defensive position, intending to crush this upstart boy as soon as he tries to cross the water. They have thousands of Greek mercenaries in their pay, men who fight for gold rather than loyalty, and a formidable cavalry. Alexander rides at the head of his columns, the ancient shield of Troy on his arm. The landscape of Asia Minor stretches out before him. Rolling hills, green valleys, and the distant, hazy blue of the mountains. It is a land vast enough to swallow him whole. He knows that he has no navy to protect his retreat. He has almost no money. His treasury has enough coin to pay the troops for perhaps 2 weeks. He is operating without a safety net. If he loses a single battle, the adventure ends, and likely his life with it. But as he looks at his men, he does not see fear. He sees the reflection of his own certainty. They have watched him cast the spear. They have watched him run with the ghosts. They believe he knows something they do not. The scouts return, breathless. They report that the Persian army is waiting just ahead, lined up along the steep banks of the Granicus. The sun is beginning to dip, casting long shadows. The prudent move, the Macedonian move, the Philip move, would be to camp, rest the men, and attack at dawn. Parmenion, the old general who served Philip, advises exactly this. The river is treacherous, he warns. The banks are steep. Wait for the morning. Alexander looks at the river, then at the enemy, waiting on the other side, their armor glinting in the twilight. He shakes his head. To wait is to admit the obstacle is difficult. To wait is to let the enemy dictate the tempo. I should be ashamed, Alexander says, if after crossing the Hellespont, this little stream should prevent us. He orders the attack. Not tomorrow. Now. The air changes. The casual rhythm of the march snaps into the tight, terrifying focus of battle preparation. The sarissas, the long, unwieldy pikes of the infantry, are lowered. The horses curb and prance, sensing the violence to come. Alexander mounts Bucephalus. He is wearing a helmet with 2 great white plumes, making him the most visible target on the battlefield. It is madness. It is brilliance. It is the only way he knows how to live. He turns to his companions, his face flushed with the adrenaline of the moment. The silence of the Hellespont is gone, replaced by the roar of blood in his ears. He does not look back at Europe. He looks only at the water rushing over the stones of the Granicus, and the men waiting to kill him on the other side. The spear has been thrown. Now he must go and retrieve it. The Granicus River is not deep, but it is angry. Fed by the melting snows of Mount Ida, the water runs cold and fast, churning up a slick, treacherous mud along the banks. It is late afternoon. The sun is angling low, turning the water into a sheet of blinding copper. On the far bank, the Persian cavalry sits in silence, a wall of iron and horseflesh. They have made a strategic choice to line the riverbank with their horsemen, placing their Greek mercenary infantry behind them. A mistake, military historians argue, as it sacrifices the mobility of the cavalry for a static defense. But their goal is not tactical flexibility. It is assassination. They see the man with the great white plumes. They know that if they kill the head, the snake will die. Alexander does not give them time to reconsider. He does not form a neat line. With a shout that tears his throat, he spurs Bucephalus into the water. The sound of the army following him is like a landslide, thousands of hooves and boots splashing into the current. The water boils. The first sensation is the shock of the cold, soaking the leather greaves, followed instantly by the resistance of the mud. The horses stumble, their hooves slipping on the round stones of the riverbed. Arrows and javelins begin to rain down from the high bank, sizzling into the water, thudding into shields. It is a chaotic, messy scramble. There is no elegance here. It is a street fight in a river. Alexander is the tip of the spear. He drives his horse up the steep, muddy bank, the animal's muscles bunching and straining as it claws for purchase. He bursts out of the riverbed and straight into the teeth of the Persian elite. The impact is deafening. The crunch of bronze on wood, the scream of horses, the sickening thud of iron on bone. Alexander's lance shatters almost immediately, the wood snapping like a dry twig in the chest of a Persian horseman. He is left holding a useless splinter. In the swirling dust and chaos, he shouts for another lance. His royal groom is too far away, or perhaps dead. It is Demaratus the Corinthian, the man who reconciled him with his father, who pushes his own spear into the king's hand. Alexander grips it, the wood warm from the other man's sweat, and turns back into the fray. He is not fighting an army. He is fighting a duel. The Persian satraps, the governors of the provinces, have converged on him. They are brave men, eager for the glory of killing the invader. Mithridates, the son-in-law of King Darius, charges. Alexander strikes first, driving his borrowed lance into Mithridates' face, hurling him to the ground. But in the moment of the strike, Alexander is exposed. Rusoses, another Persian noble, rides in from the side. He rises in his stirrups and brings a scimitar down on Alexander's head with the force of a falling tree. The sound is the loudest thing Alexander has ever heard. It is a crack like thunder, ringing inside his skull. The blade shears through the white plumes, slices through the helmet, and grazes the scalp. Alexander is stunned, his vision blurring, the world tilting sideways. He manages to turn and drive his spear through Rusoc's breastplate, killing him. But the danger is not over. Behind him, Spithridates, the satrap of Lydia, has raised his scimitar. Alexander is dazed, his reaction slowed by the concussion of the first blow. He does not see the blade rising. He does not see the death that is a fraction of a second away. But Clytus sees it. Clytus the Black, the brother of Alexander's nurse, the man who rocked his cradle when he was an infant. Clytus does not shout. He acts. He swings his sword, not at the man, but at the limb. With a brutal, severing cut, he hacks off Spithridates' arm at the shoulder. The hand, still gripping the scimitar, falls harmlessly into the dust. Alexander shakes his head, clearing the stars from his eyes, and sees the severed arm on the ground. He looks at Clytus. In that split second, amidst the screaming and the dying, a debt is incurred that can never be repaid. A life for a life. The king lives because the nurse's brother was faster. With their leaders dead, the Persian cavalry begins to crumble. The morale of an ancient army is a fragile thing, tied to the visibility of its commanders. Seeing the satraps fall, the Persian horsemen panic. They turn and flee, leaving the battlefield to the Macedonians. But the battle is not over. The Greek mercenaries, nearly 20,000 of them, are still standing on the hill behind the river, untouched, firm in their formation. They are Greeks, countrymen, men who perhaps expected a parley. They surrender, asking only to be allowed to go home. Alexander looks at them. His head is throbbing, blood trickling from the cut on his scalp. These men are Greeks fighting for barbarians. In his eyes, they are traitors to the pan-Hellenic cause, traitors to the memory of the wars against Xerxes. He makes a choice that chills the blood. He orders no quarter. The Macedonian phalanx, bristling with sarissas, advances on the surrounded mercenaries. It is not a battle, it is an execution. The mercenaries fight desperately, but they are slaughtered where they stand. 18,000 men are hacked to pieces. The remaining 2,000 are chained and sent back to Macedon to work as slaves in the mines. It is a message sent in blood to every Greek soldier in Asia. If you fight for the Persians, do not expect mercy. Expect the grave. The sun finally sets, and the noise of battle fades into the groans of the wounded. The river Granicus runs red, carrying the dead of 2 continents down toward the sea. Alexander walks through the camp, his helmet removed, the dried blood matting his golden hair. He visits the wounded, asking them to show him their scars, listening to their stories. He knows their names. He touches their shoulders. He is building the legend of the soldier's king, the man who bleeds with his troops. But alone in his tent that night, he must have felt the terrifying fragility of his own existence. He touches the crack in his helmet. He traces the line where the sword bit through the bronze. 1 inch, 1 inch to the left, and there would be no empire, no Alexandria, no Crete, just a dead boy in a muddy river. He orders statues to be made of the 25 companions who fell in the first charge, casting them in bronze to stand forever at Dium. He sends 300 suits of Persian armor to Athens as a votive offering to Athena, with a dedication that is a masterclass in passive-aggressive diplomacy. Alexander, son of Philip, and the Greeks accept the Lacedaemonians, Spartans, from the barbarians who dwell in Asia. He gives the glory to the Greeks, but he makes sure to shame the Spartans who refuse to join him. It is a politician's move. But as he sleeps that night, the adrenaline fading, the reality of the campaign settles in. The Granicus was a gamble, and he won. He has broken the crust of the Persian defense. The road to the south, to Sardis, to Ephesus, to the wealthy coast, is open. The spear-won land is his. But he also knows now that the Persians are not cowards. They struck him. They almost killed him. The war will not be a parade. It will be a knife fight in the dark, stretching on for years. Alexander closes his eyes, the sound of the rushing water still in his ears, and dreams of the next horizon. He has cheated death once. He wonders, with a fatalistic curiosity, how many more times the coin will land on heads. The winter of 333 BCE passes slowly. A season of consolidation and cold winds sweeping across the Anatolian plateau. As the snow melts and the almond trees begin to blossom, Alexander marches his army inland to the ancient city of Gordium. It is a place that feels older than history, the former capital of King Midas, he of the Golden Touch. The city sits on a dusty plain, its mud brick walls baking in the sun, holding a secret that has baffled wise men for centuries. Alexander is not here for gold. He is here for a wagon. In the center of the citadel, tied to the yoke of an ancient ox cart, sits the most famous puzzle in the ancient world, the Gordian knot. It is a gnarly, complicated mass of cornel bark rope, hardened by time into a substance as tough as wood. The legend attached to it is simple and intoxicating. Whoever unties this knot shall become the lord of all Asia. It is a prophecy that hangs over the continent like a suspended crown. Alexander enters the temple of Zeus Basileus, where the wagon is kept. He is surrounded by his generals, a gaggle of Phrygian priests, and a crowd of onlookers who have gathered to see if the young conqueror will fail where so many others have failed. The air is thick with incense and expectation. Alexander circles the wagon. He examines the knot. It is a masterpiece of frustration. There are no loose ends. The rope is woven back into itself so cunningly that it is impossible to see where it begins or ends. It is a closed loop, a physical manifestation of eternity. He pulls at it. It does not budge. He twists it. It remains rigid. The sweat begins to bead on his forehead, not from heat, but from a sudden sharp spike of anxiety. This is not a battle he can win with a cavalry charge. This is a test of patience, and patience is a virtue Alexander does not possess. The silence in the room grows heavy. The Macedonians shift uncomfortably. They know their king. They know his temper. If he fails here, in front of the locals and his own men, the aura of his invincibility will crack. The prophecy will turn against him. He will be just another pretender who reached for the impossible and missed. Alexander steps back, his eyes narrowing. He looks at the knot, this tangled lump of bark that stands between him and his destiny. He realizes that the rules of the puzzle are designed to make him lose. The knot is a trap for the logical mind, a snare for those who try to follow the path laid down by others. But Alexander does not follow paths. He makes them. It matters not how it is loosed, he mutters, his voice low and dangerous. Historical accounts diverge on what happens next, creating a scholarly debate that has lasted as long as the knot itself. Aristobulus, an engineer who traveled with the army, claims that Alexander simply pulled the linchpin from the yoke, sliding the wood out and allowing the knot to fall apart naturally. It is a clever mechanical solution, the solution of an engineer. But the legend, the story that the world remembers, and the story that fits the man, is far more violent. In this version, Alexander does not fiddle with pins. He draws his sword, the xiphos, a short, leaf-shaped blade designed for close-quarters killing. The sound of the metal leaving the sheath rings through the silent temple. The priests gasp. This is sacrilege. This is cheating. Alexander raises the weapon. He does not hesitate. With a primal grunt of exertion, he brings the blade down in a savage vertical arc. Thwack! The ancient rope, dried and hardened by centuries, is sheared in half. The ends fall away, exposing the pale inner fibers of the bark. The knot is not untied. It is destroyed. Alexander sheathes his sword and looks at the stunned crowd with a defiant stare. He has solved the problem by changing the definition of the solution. He has proven that the rules of the world do not apply to him. He has demonstrated the brutal efficiency of the conqueror's mind. When faced with an intricate, impossible diplomatic or political tangle, do not try to unravel it. Cut it. That night, the sky over Gordium turns black. A violent thunderstorm erupts, shaking the walls of the citadel. Thunder rolls across the plain like the chariots of the gods, and lightning forks down, illuminating the surrounding hills in strobe light flashes of white and violet. To the superstitious minds of the ancient world, this is not just weather. It is a sign. Zeus is speaking. The priests, quickly recovering from their shock, interpret the storm not as anger, but as applause. The King of Gods has ratified the act of the King of Men. Alexander has claimed the prophecy. He has cut his way to the lordship of Asia. But as the army marches out of Gordium the next morning, leaving the severed rope behind in the dust, a subtle shift occurs in the psyche of the campaign. The cutting of the knot is a victory, yes, but it is a victory of brute force over intellect. It suggests a man who is becoming increasingly impatient with complexity. It foreshadows a future where Alexander will solve his problems, mutinies, plots, resistance, with the sword rather than the word. The Alexandrian solution becomes a byword for decisive, irreversible action. Yet deep down, one has to wonder if he ever looked back at that temple and wondered if there was a way to untie it that he simply couldn't see. The march continues. The army moves south through the Cilician gates, a narrow, terrifying pass through the Taurus Mountains that could have been held by a handful of men against 1,000. Miraculously, the Persians have left it unguarded. Another stroke of luck that convinces Alexander he is divinely guided. They descend into the fertile plains of Cilicia, where the air becomes humid and thick. The heat is oppressive, and it is here, in the city of Tarsus, that the invincible king nearly dies, not by a sword, but by a bath. Overheated and covered in dust, after a long march, Alexander plunges into the Cydnus River. The water is ice-cold, fed directly from the snow-capped peaks. The thermal shock is instant. His body seizes up. He is pulled from the water, convulsing, his skin blue, his breath coming in ragged gasps. For days, he lies in his tent, hovering between life and death, racked by fever and cramps. The army is paralyzed with fear. The great King Darius is gathering a massive host in the east, and their leader is shivering under a pile of blankets, defeated by a river. His doctors are terrified to treat him, knowing that if they fail, the army will flay them alive. Only one man, Philip the Acarnanian, a doctor he has known since childhood, steps forward. He prepares a strong purgative potion as Philip hands the cup to the king. A letter arrives from Parmenion, the old general. It warns Alexander that Philip the doctor has been bribed by the Persians to poison him. Alexander reads the note. He looks at Philip. He looks at the cup. In a gesture of supreme theatrical trust, Alexander hands the letter to the doctor to read, and at the exact same moment, he drinks the potion down in one gulp. He watches Philip's face as he reads the accusation. The doctor does not flinch. He only looks up with concern for his patient. Alexander smiles weakly. He knows he is safe. The fever breaks. The king rises. He is weak, pale, and thinner, but he is alive, and he is late. While he lay sick, the massive machinery of the Persian Empire has finally finished turning. Darius III, the King of Kings, has mobilized the royal army. He is not sending satraps this time. He is coming himself. He brings with him the immortals, the war chariots, and a host said to number in the hundreds of thousands. He is marching behind the Macedonian army, cutting off their supply lines, trapping them against the sea. The game of cat and mouse is over. The two lions are about to meet in a narrow cage. Alexander mounts his horse, feeling the ghost of the fever still in his joints, and turns his face toward the town of Issus. The knot was a practice run. The real test is waiting in the rain. November 333 BCE. The sky is a bruised purple, heavy with the cold winter rains of the Syrian coast. The air smells of wet wool, churned mud, and the metallic anxiety of 200,000 men holding their breath. History is about to contract into a single, narrow strip of land along the banks of the Pinharis River. It is a geographical accident, a stroke of luck so profound that Alexander likely thanked the gods for it every day for the rest of his life. Darius III, the King of Kings, has made a catastrophic error. He has maneuvered his massive army, a force that outnumbers the Macedonians at least 3-1, into a confined plain where the mountains press in on one side and the Mediterranean Sea crashes against the other. It is a battlefield no wider than a shout. In this cramped cage, the vast numbers of the Persian host are not an advantage. They are a liability. They are a traffic jam of chariots and spears, unable to flank, unable to maneuver, waiting to be butchered. Alexander realizes the mistake instantly. He rides down the line, his voice cutting through the wind. He does not speak of empire or gold. He speaks of memory. He calls out the names of individual soldiers, reminding them of their specific acts of bravery in past battles. He turns the anonymous mass of the phalanx into a collection of heroes. He points across the river, where the Persians stand in their magnificent heavy armor, a wall of gold and iron. In the center, high atop a royal chariot, stands Darius. He is a tall, handsome man, robed in purple, surrounded by the 10,000 immortals. He looks like a god. Alexander looks at him and sees only a man standing on a wooden box. The objective is simple: kill the driver, stop the car. The battle begins not with a roar, but with a slow, grinding advance. The Macedonian phalanx, a forest of sarissa pikes, wades into the river. The current is swift, the banks are thorny and steep. As they struggle up the other side, the Persian line buckles but holds. The Greek mercenaries in Darius's bay fight with a bitter professional fury, pushing the Macedonians back into the water. For a moment, the battle hangs in the balance. The center is breaking. If the phalanx collapses, the war is over. But Alexander is not in the center. He is on the right wing, at the head of the companion cavalry. He waits for the gap, that momentary fracture in the enemy line that appears when fear overrides discipline. And then he sees it. A seam opens between the Persian left and the Greek mercenaries. It is barely wide enough for a horse, but it is enough. Alexander screams the order. The wedge formation slams into the gap like a hammer hitting a chisel. They are not fighting the army. They are cutting straight for the heart. Alexander rides with a maniacal focus, his eyes locked on the chariot of the great king. This is the moment frozen in time, the scene immortalized in the famous Alexander mosaic found in Pompeii. We can see it now. The chaotic swirl of horses, the dying men on the ground, and in the center, the two kings locking eyes across the slaughter. Alexander is wild-eyed, unhelmeted in the artistic depiction, his hair a lion's mane of sweat and fury, his spear driving into a Persian noble. Darius is wide-eyed with terror, his hand outstretched, not in command, but in a plea for mercy, or perhaps simply in shock. The psychological distance between them collapses. Darius sees a demon who will not stop. Alexander sees a man who is afraid to die. The pressure is too much. The horses of Darius's chariot, terrified by the smell of blood and the screaming Macedonians, begin to rear and plunge. The driver is killed by a javelin. The chariot is stuck. In a moment that seals the fate of the Persian Empire, Darius makes a choice. He does not draw his sword. He does not stand and fight. He steps down from his royal chariot, mounts a waiting horse, and turns away. The King of Kings runs. The sight of the royal standard retreating breaks the spirit of the Persian army. The panic spreads like a contagion. Soldiers drop their shields and run, trampling their own comrades in the mud. The retreat becomes a massacre. Alexander attempts to pursue, chasing Darius into the gathering twilight, but the night saves the great king. Alexander returns to the camp empty-handed, furious, his armor splattered with the mud of the chase. But what he finds waiting for him in the Persian camp changes his mood instantly. The Persians have left everything behind. The camp is a city of canvas and silk, filled with treasures that the rough Macedonians can scarcely comprehend. They find golden basins, cups set with jewels, chests of embroidered robes, and enough gold coin to pay the army for years. Alexander walks into the tent of Darius. It is a palace of fabric, smelling of frankincense and expensive oils. He sees the bath that has been prepared for Darius, steaming hot water in a golden tub, with jars of unguents and perfumes lined up beside it. Alexander, who is covered in the filth of battle, looks at the luxury. He strips off his armor and steps into the water meant for his enemy. He sinks into the heat, washing away the blood of the day. He looks around at the opulence, the sheer staggering wealth of it all, and says to his friends with a dry, ironic smile, "So this, it seems, is what it means to be a king." But there is a prize in the camp more valuable than gold and far more dangerous. The family of Darius, his mother, his wife, and his children, has been left behind in the panic. They are huddled in a tent, wailing, tearing their clothes, convinced that they are about to be dragged out and butchered by the barbarian savages. They hear the noise of the soldiers outside and assume that Darius is dead. Alexander sends Leonatus to them to explain that Darius is alive and that they will be unharmed. But the true test of his character comes the next morning. Alexander goes to visit the royal women himself. He brings Hephaestion with him. They enter the tent together, two young men in simple tunics. Hephaestion, who is taller and perhaps more traditionally handsome, looks the part of a king. Sisygambis, the queen mother, assuming the taller man is the conqueror, prostrates herself before Hephaestion, bowing her head to the floor. The eunuchs in the tent gasp. They whisper frantically to her, pointing at the shorter man with the mismatched eyes. The queen mother turns pale. She has just insulted the man who holds her life in his hands. She scrambles to turn to Alexander, stammering apologies, waiting for the blow to fall. Alexander smiles. He reaches out and gently helps the old woman to her feet. He looks at his friend, then back at the queen. "Do not worry, mother," he says softly. "You were not mistaken, for he too is Alexander." It is a line of such perfect grace that it almost sounds scripted, yet it reveals the core of Alexander's philosophy. He is not just a killer. He is a gentleman in the Homeric mold. He treats the women not as captives, but as royalty. He allows them to keep their titles, their servants, and their dignity. He even enrolls Darius's young son in the same education as the Macedonian pages. It is an act of chivalry, yes, but also of supreme arrogance. He is saying, "I am so secure in my power that I can afford to be kind to your family. I am already their new father." As the army rests in the spoils of Issus, feasting on Persian delicacies and drinking from golden cups, the world has tilted on its axis. The myth of Persian invincibility is dead, drowned in the Pinarus River. Darius is a fugitive in his own kingdom, writing desperate letters to Alexander, offering him half his empire and his daughter's hand in marriage if he will just stop. Alexander reads the letters to his council. Parmenion, the voice of the old generation, says, "If I were Alexander, I would accept these terms." Alexander looks at the old man, his eyes cold and bright. "And I would too," he replies, "if I were Parmenion." But he is not Parmenion. He is Alexander. And Alexander does not want half. He wants the world. He orders the march to continue south. The sea must be secured. Tyre is waiting. The year turns to 332 BCE, and the war shifts from the open plains to the grinding, salt-stung edge of the sea. Alexander moves south, aiming to secure the Phoenician coast and deny the Persian navy its harbors. Most cities throw open their gates, welcoming the new conqueror with garlands and nervously rehearsed speeches. But then the army reaches Tyre. Tyre is not just a city. It is a geographic defiance. It is divided into two parts: an old settlement on the mainland, known as Old Tyre, and the true heart of the city, the fortress, perched on a rocky island, half a mile out to sea. The island city is surrounded by walls that rise 150 feet sheer from the water, built of massive stone blocks cemented with lime. It is considered the most impregnable fortress in the known world. It has withstood a 13-year siege by Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. The Tyrians are masters of the sea, wealthy merchants who trade in purple dye and cedar, and they look at the young Macedonian king with a polite, distant arrogance. They offer him a golden crown. They offer to supply his army. But when Alexander asks to enter the island city to sacrifice to the god Melkart, whom the Greeks identify with Heracles, Alexander's ancestor, they politely refuse. They tell him there is a perfectly good temple to Melkart on the mainland. He can pray there. To Alexander, this is not a negotiation. It is a blasphemy. It is a denial of his divine lineage and a challenge to his military supremacy. If he leaves Tyre unconquered behind him, it will remain a dagger in his back, a base for the Persian fleet to cut off his supply lines. He cannot walk away, but he also cannot walk to the island. He has no navy to speak of. The water is deep, the current is strong, and the walls are high. Alexander stands on the shore, looking at the island that mocks him across the blue expanse. He does not turn back. He does not wait for a fleet. He turns to his engineers, led by the brilliant Diades of Pella, and gives an order that sounds like the raving of a madman. If there is no land to the city, we will make land. He orders the army to dismantle Old Tyre, the mainland city. Every house, every temple, every stone wall is torn down. The rubble is carried to the water's edge and dumped into the sea. Alexander is building a causeway, a mole, 200 feet wide, stretching out toward the island. It is a feat of engineering that defies nature. At first, the work is easy. The water is shallow near the shore, and the soldiers work with a rhythmic energy, driving piles into the mud and filling the gaps with stones and timber. But as they push deeper into the channel, the sea fights back. The water plunges to 18 feet deep. The current tears at the pilings, and the Tyrians wake up. From the high walls of the island, the Tyrians watch the mole creeping toward them like a stone finger. At first, they laugh. They row small boats out to the construction site, mocking the soldiers, asking if Alexander thinks he is Poseidon to command the sea. But as the mole grows, the laughter stops. They begin to fire catapults from the walls. They send divers to saw through the underwater cables. They heat sand in great bronze cauldrons until it is red hot and dump it from the walls onto the attackers. The sand works its way under the armor, burning the skin off the soldiers in an agonizing, unquenchable fire. The siege becomes a nightmare of industrial warfare. It is no longer about courage. It is about endurance. The Macedonians build wooden towers covered in raw hides to protect the workers from arrows. The Tyrians respond with a fire ship, an old horse transport filled with bitumen, sulfur, and dry wood. They light it and row it straight into the end of the mole. The wind catches the flames, and within minutes, months of work are consumed in an inferno. The towers burn, the timbers crack. The soldiers are forced to jump into the sea, where Tyrian sailors are waiting to club them to death. Alexander watches his work burn. A lesser man would have quit. Parmenio, undoubtedly, would have advised moving on. But the fire only hardens the king's resolve. He sees now that he cannot take the island with earth alone. He needs wood and canvas. He needs a fleet. In a stroke of diplomatic brilliance, Alexander travels north to Sidon and gathers the ships of the cities he has already conquered. The kings of Cyprus, seeing the way the wind is blowing, defect to him, bringing 120 ships. Suddenly, the man with no navy has the largest fleet in the eastern Mediterranean. He returns to Tyre not with a bridge, but with a blockade. He rebuilds the mole, wider and stronger than before. He mounts siege engines on the decks of his ships. The noose tightens. The Tyrians are trapped. The sea that was their shield has become their prison. In July 332 BCE, after 7 months of grinding labor, the mole reaches the walls. The island is no longer an island. It is a peninsula. The final assault is a chaotic, deafening symphony of violence. The siege towers roll forward. The rams batter the stone. A breach is made in the southern wall. Alexander, ever the actor in his own play, leads the assault personally. He runs across a boarding plank, thrown from a ship onto the crumbling wall, his shield raised against a hail of missiles. He fights with a cold, terrifying fury. This is not the chivalrous victor of Issus. This is a man punishing a city for daring to say no. The Macedonians pour into the city. The pent-up rage of 7 months, the exhaustion, the insults, the friends lost to the fire and the sea, explodes. The slaughter is indiscriminate. The Tyrians fight in the streets, on the rooftops, in the temples. But they are overwhelmed. 8,000 Tyrians are hacked down in the city. The sea turns red around the mole. Alexander marches to the high temple of Melkart. He walks through the smoke and the screams, unbuckles his armor, and performs the sacrifice he had promised 7 months ago. He gives thanks to his ancestor Heracles for the victory. It is a moment of chilling piety amidst the carnage. But outside the temple, the mercy ends. 30,000 citizens, men, women, and children, are rounded up and sold into slavery. And for the 2,000 men of military age who survived the fighting, Alexander reserves a special, horrific fate. He orders them to be crucified along the length of the beach. The sun sets on a scene of grotesque horror. 2,000 bodies hanging on crosses, stretching for miles along the coast, silhouetted against the burning city. It is a message written in human suffering, legible to every city in the region. Submit, and I am a king. Resist, and I am a monster. Historians still argue about the morality of Tyre. Was it a military necessity, a psychological tactic, or a loss of control? but geographically, the result is permanent. The mole Alexander built blocked the flow of sediment along the coast. Over the centuries, the sand piled up against the stone causeway, widening it, solidifying it. Today, Tyre is not an island. It is a peninsula, connected to the mainland by a wide neck of sandy earth. Alexander did not just conquer the map. He redrew it. He changed the shape of the coastline forever, leaving a physical scar on the earth that remains to this day. As the smoke clears and the screams fade into the rhythmic wash of the tide, Alexander prepares to move on. He leaves a garrison behind, but he takes the fleet. The road to Egypt is open. The anger of the siege slowly drains from him, replaced by the restless itch of the horizon. He does not look back at the crosses on the beach. He looks south, where the desert waits, and where a different kind of God is preparing to speak to him. The engineer has done his work. Now, the pilgrim must take his turn. From the bloody sands of Tyre, the army moves south, expecting more resistance, more walls, more death. But Egypt does not fight. The Persian satrap, Mazaches, looks at the fate of Tyre and the mood of the Egyptian people, who hate the Persians for disrespecting their temples and killing their sacred Apis bull, and wisely opens the gates. Alexander enters Egypt not as a conqueror, but as a liberator. The transition is jarring. One moment, he is surrounded by the screams of the dying. The next, he is drifting down the Nile on a golden barge surrounded by lotus flowers and the rhythmic clapping of crowds who hail him as a savior. The air here is different, dry, ancient, and heavy with the dust of 5,000 years of history. The light is sharper, turning the limestone pyramids into blinding geometric miracles against the deep azure sky. Alexander stands before the great Sphinx, looking into its weathered stone face, and feels a strange kinship. Here, in this land of god-kings, the idea that a man can be divine is not a blasphemy. It is a job description. He is crowned pharaoh in Memphis, accepting the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. He sacrifices to the Apis bull, correcting the insults of the Persians and showing the priests that he understands the language of respect. But Alexander is not content to simply inhabit the old cities of the pharaohs. He wants to build his own. He travels to the coast, to a strip of land between the sea and Lake Mariotis, protected by the island of Pharos. It is a place he claims to have seen in a dream, where a gray-haired man, Homer again, recited lines about a harbor with good anchorage. Alexander walks the ground with his architects. He does not see the empty dunes. He sees the future. He outlines the streets himself. Lacking chalk to mark the foundations, his men use barley meal from the soldiers' rations to draw the lines of the walls and the agora in the sand. As they finish, great flocks of seabirds swoop down from the sky and devour the grain. The soothsayers are terrified, calling it a bad omen, but Aristander, Alexander's favorite seer, smiles. No, he says, it means the city will be so wealthy, it will feed the world. He is right. The city of Alexandria is born in that moment, destined to become the brain of the Mediterranean, the city of the great library, the city of light. Yet, city building is the work of a king, and Alexander is seeking something deeper. He is seeking a father. A strange restlessness takes hold of him. He decides to march west, away from the safety of the Nile, into the deep, lethal solitude of the Libyan desert. His destination is the oasis of Siwa, home to the oracle of Amun. It is a reckless journey. The desert is a killer that respects no rank. The wind erases tracks within minutes, and the heat can boil the mind in the skull. Historians still argue why he went. Was it political? To be recognized as the son of Amun, the Egyptian equivalent of Zeus, to solidify his rule? Or was it personal? Did the doubts planted by his mother about his true parentage finally grow too loud to ignore? The journey is harrowing. The water runs out. The guides lose their way in the shifting dunes. The army whispers that they are marching to their deaths. But then, the miracles begin, or at least the stories of miracles. It is said that when the thirst became unbearable, a sudden freak rainstorm swept over the desert, saving them. When the guides were hopelessly lost, two ravens, or in some accounts, two hissing snakes, appeared and led the column, calling out when the men lagged behind. The line between history and myth blurs here, swallowed by the heat haze. But eventually, a green smudge appears on the horizon, the oasis of Siwa, a paradise of date palms, olive trees, and bubbling springs rising from the salt and sand. Alexander climbs the rock of the citadel alone to the temple of the oracle. The high priest comes out to greet him, and here a slip of the tongue changes history. The priest intends to greet him in Greek as "O Bidios," "O my son." But perhaps the priest's Greek is poor, or perhaps he is nervous before the conqueror, or perhaps the wind steals the syllable. What Alexander hears, and what the world is told, is "O Bidios," "O Son of God." Alexander does not correct him. He accepts the title. He enters the Holy of Holies alone. No one knows exactly what passed between the man and the god in the dark, incense-choked silence of the inner sanctum. But later legends fill in the blanks. They say Alexander asked two questions. First, he asks if any of his father's murderers remain unpunished. The oracle's voice, echoing from the shadows, corrects him gently but firmly. "Speak not so. Your father is not mortal. No man can kill him." The answer strikes Alexander with the force of a physical blow. Philip is gone. Philip was merely the guardian, the vessel. The true father is the one who wields the thunderbolt. The childhood whispers of Olympias are confirmed. He is not of the earth. Second, he asks if he is destined to conquer the whole world. The oracle answers, "Yes, you shall be the lord of all." When Alexander emerges from the temple, he is pale, his eyes wide with a secret knowledge he refuses to share. His friends rush to him, asking what the god said. "I have heard what was to my heart's desire," is all he replies. But the change in him is palpable. The Alexander who walks down from the rock of Siwa is not the same man who walked up. The lingering insecurity of the boy from Pella, the need to prove himself to Philip, the fear of the bastard label has evaporated. In its place is a terrifying, serene confidence. He begins to see himself not just as a king among kings, but as a being apart. He starts to demand that others recognize this distance. The seeds of his future conflicts with his Macedonian veterans, men who remember him puking on a boat or wrestling in the mud, are sown here in the desert. They see a general. He sees a demigod. The return journey to Memphis is swift. Alexander organizes the administration of Egypt with his usual efficiency, leaving Egyptian governors in charge of civil matters, while keeping military control in Macedonian hands. A hybrid system that ensures stability, but his mind is already back in the saddle. The interlude of peace is over. Darius is waiting. The Persian king has used the time to assemble a new army, one even larger than the force at Issus. He has gathered the nations of the East, Bactrians, Scythians, Indians with their terrifying war elephants. He has chosen a battlefield where the mountains cannot help Alexander, a wide, flat plain where his numbers can crush the Macedonians. He is waiting at Gaugamela. Alexander looks at the map. He looks at his reflection in the Nile, perhaps searching for the traces of Zeus in his own features. He touches the hilt of his sword. The oracle has promised him the world. But the oracle did not say it would be given. It must be taken. He orders the army to break camp. The vacation in the land of the dead is over. It is time to return to the land of the living and to turn it red. As the columns march out of Egypt, the dust rising behind them, Alexander rides at the front, not looking back at the pyramids. He does not need stone monuments to remember him. He is the monument. And he is moving north toward the final collision, carrying the secret of Siwa like a burning coal in his chest. The sun rises on the first day of October, 331 BCE, revealing a landscape that looks less like a battlefield and more like an ocean of iron. This is Gaugamela, the house of the camel, a vast dusty plain in northern Mesopotamia. Darius III has learned the lessons of the past. He has not chosen a narrow trap like Issus this time. He has chosen a flat, featureless tableland where his massive numerical advantage can finally breathe. He has even ordered his engineers to smooth the ground, removing rocks and bushes, creating a perfect racetrack for his deadliest weapon, the scythed chariots. These terrifying machines, fitted with razor-sharp blades on their wheels, are designed to mow down infantry like wheat. Across the plain, the Persian campfires from the night before had looked like a fallen galaxy, stretching from horizon to horizon, outnumbering the Macedonian fires 10-1. To the veterans standing in the cool morning air, it feels as if they have walked to the edge of the world and found monsters waiting for them. The night before the battle offers a glimpse into the soul of the king that is as revealing as any spear throw. The Macedonian generals, terrified by the sheer size of the Persian host, estimates range from 200,000 to 1,000,000 men, gather in Alexander's tent. Parmenion, practical and cautious, urges a night attack. Strike them in the dark, he argues. Confusion is our only ally against such numbers. Alexander looks up from his map, his face illuminated by the flickering oil lamp. He shakes his head. "I will not steal my victory," he says. It is a line of arrogant chivalry, but also of psychological genius. A victory in the dark would be dismissed as luck. Alexander needs to break the Persians in the full light of the sun, to prove that his superiority is absolute. Then, while his generals pace and fret, Alexander does the impossible. He goes to sleep, and he sleeps so deeply that his officers have to shake him awake well after dawn. He rises, puts on his armor, and walks out into the light with the casual energy of a man going to a morning hunt. To the soldiers seeing him, this calm is more reassuring than any speech. If the king can sleep, the gods must be smiling. The battle opens with a cloud of dust that swallows the sun. The Persian line is so long that it overlaps the Macedonians on both sides, threatening to envelope them like a giant pair of jaws. Darius launches his scythed chariots. They thunder across the smooth earth, a roaring avalanche of wood and blade. It is a moment of pure mechanical terror. But the Macedonians are ready. As the chariots approach, the phalanx does something counterintuitive. It does not brace. It opens. With a disciplined shuffle of thousands of feet, the soldiers create wide lanes in their formation, mousetraps. The horses, seeking the path of least resistance, gallop harmlessly through the gaps. As they pass, the rear ranks of the Macedonians strike the charioteers with javelins, dismantling the terrifying machines without stopping the army's forward momentum. The blades spin uselessly in the empty air. The monster has been defanged, but the danger is far from over. Alexander, leading the companion cavalry on the right wing, begins a strange maneuver. He rides parallel to the Persian line, drifting further and further to the right, toward the rough, unpolished ground where the chariots cannot follow. It is a bait. The Persian cavalry, fearing they will be outflanked, rides to meet him, stretching their own line until it becomes thin. They take the bait. A gap opens in the Persian front, a momentary tear in the fabric of their formation. It is the same mistake they made at Issus, and Alexander punishes it with the same brutal efficiency. He wheels his horse. The companions form the wedge. Charge! The word is lost in the roar, but the movement is felt. They slam into the gap, driving straight for the center, straight for the tall figure standing in the royal chariot. The fighting is desperate and close. The dust is so thick that men fight shadows, guided only by the color of tunics and the language of screams. Alexander is a demon in the haze, pushing relentlessly towards Darius. He wants the king. He wants to end the war with a single stroke. Darius looks through the dust and sees the wedge coming. He sees the collapse of his center, and once again, the nerve of the King of Kings fails. For the second time in history, Darius turns his chariot and flees. The sight of the royal standard retreating sends a shockwave of panic through the Persian center. The heart of the army stops beating. But as Alexander prepares to pursue, to chase Darius to the ends of the earth and finish it, a desperate messenger arrives from the left wing. Parmenion is dying. While Alexander has been winning on the right, the Macedonian left has been crushed by the overwhelming weight of the Persian cavalry, led by Mazaeus. They are surrounded, buckling, seconds away from annihilation. If the left wing breaks, the baggage train, the supplies, and the escape route will be lost. Alexander faces the most agonizing choice of his life. He can have the king, or he can save his army. He cannot have both. He pulls hard on the reins of Bucephalus. He curses the dust, the war, and perhaps even Parmenion. But he turns back. He abandons the prize to save his men. It is the act of a general, not just a hero. By the time Alexander drives his cavalry into the rear of the Persian right, shattering them and rescuing Parmenion, Darius is gone. The dust of his escape has long since settled. The victory is total. The Persian army is destroyed, their power broken forever. But the man has slipped through his fingers. The aftermath of Gaugamela is a scene of apocalyptic scale. The plain is strewn with the wreckage of an empire, broken chariots, discarded shields, mountains of dead men and horses. The air is thick with the copper smell of blood, and the dry, choking dust that coats the lungs. Alexander rides through the carnage, his face a mask of exhaustion and frustration. He is the Lord of Asia now. The battle is won. But as he looks at the empty horizon where Darius vanished, he knows that the chase is not over. The shadow of the king still moves ahead of him, pulling him deeper into the unknown. That night, the Macedonians camp on the battlefield. They are too tired to celebrate. They light fires using the broken shafts of Persian spears. They sit in the flickering light, looking at their hands, trying to comprehend what they have done. They have defeated the greatest army the world has ever seen. They are rich beyond their wildest dreams. But Alexander does not sit by the fire. He stands in the dark, looking east. He knows that Gaugamela was the death blow to the old world order. The structure is gone. Now, he has to build something new on top of the ashes. He is no longer just a Macedonian king. He is the successor to the Achaemenids. He is the King of Kings. And the weight of that title is heavier than any armor. The dust of Gaugamela settles, not onto the ground, but into the history books. The war for survival is effectively over. The war for the soul of the empire has just begun. Alexander turns his army south, marching down the spine of Mesopotamia toward the jewel of the ancient world, Babylon. The Macedonians expect a siege. They expect another Tyre, another grinder of stone and blood. They are tightening their shield straps, checking their supply lines, preparing for the horror of urban warfare against a city with walls so thick, Herodotus claimed, that a 4-horse chariot could turn around on top of them. But as the golden towers of the city break the horizon, shimmering in the heat haze like a mirage, something strange happens. The gates do not close. The archers do not man the battlements. Instead, the road is lined with flowers. Mazaeus, the Persian general who had commanded the right wing at Gaugamela, the man who had nearly crushed Parmenion and broken the Macedonian line, rides out to meet Alexander. He does not come with a sword. He comes with keys. In a moment of calculated pragmatism that stuns the Macedonian generals, Mazaeus surrenders the city. He trusts Alexander's reputation for mercy more than he trusts Darius's ability to protect him. Alexander, in turn, makes a decision that sends a shockwave through his own camp. He does not execute Mazaeus. He does not clap him in irons. He reinstates him. He appoints Mazaeus as the satrap of Babylon, the first Persian to be given high office under the new regime. It is a master stroke of statecraft, signaling to the Persian nobility that there is a place for them in this new world order, provided they bend the knee. But to the Macedonian veterans, men with scars from Persian blades, it looks suspiciously like betrayal. They fought to replace these men, not to salute them. The entry into Babylon is a sensory overload that dwarfs anything the Greeks have ever seen. Pella is a village compared to this. Athens is a town. Babylon is a universe. Alexander rides through the Ishtar Gate, and we can imagine him looking up, his neck craning, at the towering walls of glazed blue brick, adorned with golden dragons and aurochs that seem to march alongside him. The streets are strewn with rose petals and palm branches. Silver altars line the processional way, burning frankincense that clouds the air with a sweet, heavy smoke. Caged lions and leopards are brought out for the king's amusement. The noise is deafening, not the scream of battle, but the roar of adulation. The Chaldean priests, the magi, the astronomers, they all bow. They welcome him not as an invader, but as the king of the 4 quarters of the world. Alexander plays the part perfectly. He goes immediately to the Esagila, the great temple of Marduk. The Persian king Xerxes, in his impiety, had damaged the temple and removed the golden statue of the god. Alexander orders the temple restored. He sacrifices to Marduk, following the precise instructions of the Chaldean priests. It is a profound political statement. He is telling the Babylonians, I am not Xerxes. I am not a destroyer of your culture. I am its guardian. He is stepping into the shoes of the ancient Mesopotamian kings, wrapping himself in a legitimacy that is thousands of years old. The student of Aristotle is becoming a master of propaganda. For the army, Babylon is a paradise. For 30 days, the war stops. The soldiers who have been marching and fighting for 4 years are unleashed into the wealthiest city on earth. They are billeted in palaces with cool tiled floors. They drink wine that is older than they are. They discover the pleasures of a city that has refined luxury into an art form. The rough men of the phalanx, used to sleeping on hard ground and eating barley mash, are suddenly sleeping on silk and eating dates stuffed with almonds. It is a period of agonizing rest, as some historians have called it, a time when the iron discipline of the army begins to soften in the heat of the Mesopotamian autumn. They begin to wonder why they should ever leave. Why march into the unknown when they have already conquered heaven? But Alexander does not rest. He explores. He marvels at the hanging gardens, though scholars today debate if they were truly in Babylon or Nineveh, or if they existed at all outside of Greek imagination. To Alexander, they are real enough. He studies the astronomical records of the priests, data that stretches back centuries, revealing a sense of deep time that makes Greek history feel like a brief afternoon. He sits on the throne of the great king in the royal palace. There is a famous, perhaps apocryphal story about this moment. The Persian throne is built for a man of towering stature, and Alexander, physically smaller, finds that his feet do not touch the ground. One of his pages, seeing the king's legs dangling like a child's, silently pushes a low table under his feet. A Persian eunuch nearby bursts into tears. When asked why, he wails that the table was the favorite dining vessel of Darius, and to see it used as a footstool is the ultimate humiliation. Alexander moves to kick it away, sensitive to the insult, but then stops. He leaves his feet resting on the table. It is a symbol. The old world is now merely a stepping stone for the new. Yet, amidst the gold and the incense, a subtle change begins to take root in Alexander's character. The Orientalism that will later enrage his countrymen starts here. He sees the efficiency of the Persian administration. He sees the absolute deference shown to the king, the way subjects prostrate themselves, the way his word is law without debate. He compares this to the argumentative, rowdy behavior of his Macedonian peers, who treat him as a first among equals. He begins to prefer the Persian way. He starts to wear pieces of Persian dress, not the full trousers, which the Greeks find ridiculous and effeminate, but the sash and the diadem. It is a small compromise, a mixing of styles, but it is the first crack in the dam. He is trying to be king of both peoples, but in doing so, he risks belonging to neither. The wealth captured in Babylon is staggering, but it is nothing compared to what awaits in Susa, the administrative capital. Alexander marches there next, moving with a renewed urgency. In Susa, he finds the royal treasury, 50,000 talents of silver bullion. To put this in perspective, this is enough money to hire the entire workforce of the ancient world for decades. It is an economic nuclear bomb. Alexander begins to mint coin, flooding the Mediterranean economy with gold, sparking an era of trade and inflation that will transform the ancient economy. But in the palace of Susa, he finds something more personal. he finds the statues of the tyrannicides, Harmodius and Aristogeiton, the Athenian heroes who slew the tyrant Hipparchus. Xerxes had stolen them from Athens 150 years earlier. Alexander packs them up and ships them back to Athens. It is a gesture to his Greek heritage, a reminder that even as he sits on a golden throne in a Persian palace, he still remembers the agora. Or perhaps it is a way of buying silence from the city that still calls him a tyrant. As the winter of 331 BCE deepens, the army prepares to move again. They are heavy with gold now, their packs stuffed with loot, their bodies soft from the pleasures of Babylon and Susa. But the hardest road lies ahead. Persepolis, the spiritual heart of the empire, the ceremonial capital where the Persian gates guard the approach, is waiting in the high mountains of Fars. It is the forbidden city, the place no Greek has ever seen. Alexander strips the army of its baggage wagons, ordering them to leave their spoils behind. They crumble, but they obey. He needs them light. He needs them hungry again. He rides out of Susa, leaving the luxury behind, turning his face toward the snowy peaks. The diplomat of Babylon is gone. The wolf is back, and he intends to bite the heart out of Persia. The road to Persepolis is not a road. It is a fortress of geology. To reach the spiritual heart of the empire, the army must cross the Zagros Mountains in the dead of winter. It is January 330 BCE. The peaks are wrapped in snow, the passes are narrow, and the wind cuts through the soldiers' tunics like a knife. Waiting for them in the narrowest choke point, the Persian gates, is Ariobarzanes, a satrap who refuses to surrender. He has built a wall across the pass. He rolls boulders down onto the Macedonians. For the first time in years, Alexander is stopped cold. He is forced to retreat, leaving his dead in the snow. It is a humiliation that stings his pride, but it also sharpens his cunning. Guided by a local shepherd, a prisoner of war who knows the goat paths, Alexander leads a small, elite force on a terrifying night march over the ridges, circling behind the defenders. The surprise is absolute. Ariobarzanes is crushed between the hammer and the anvil. The last gate is kicked open. The road to the forbidden city is clear when Alexander rides up the great stone ramp onto the Persepolis terrace. The air is thin and cold, but the sight before him burns with a magnificence that defies description. This is the Parsa, the city of the Persians, the ceremonial capital where the great kings came to celebrate the new year. It is not a city of commerce like Babylon. It is a city of stone and spirit. The hall of 100 columns rises into the blue sky, a forest of stone. The Apadana Palace features reliefs of subject nations bringing gifts: Ethiopians with ivory, Indians with gold, Scythians with horses, all carved with a dignity that suggests a universal peace. But Alexander is not here to bring gifts. He is here to take everything. The looting of Persepolis is the greatest transfer of wealth in human history. The treasury is so vast that historians claim Alexander needs 3,000 camels and 20,000 mules to haul it away. The silver and gold accumulated by Cyrus, Darius, and Xerxes over 2 centuries is dragged out into the sunlight. But unlike in Babylon, there is no mercy here. The Macedonians are unleashed on the residential city below the terrace. They slaughter the men. They enslave the women. It is a brutal release of the tension built up in the mountains, a reminder that underneath the veneer of the philosopher king, The Macedonian war machine runs on blood and plunder. Alexander sits on the throne of Xerxes, under the golden canopy, and stares at the statue of the king who burned Athens 150 years ago. The cycle of history is closing. The Greek is in the Persian's house. For 4 months, Alexander stays in the city. The winter snows trap him there. Or perhaps he is trapped by his own hesitation. What does one do after capturing the ultimate prize? He wanders the halls, staring at the Zoroastrian texts, written on cowhides in gold ink, texts that contain the wisdom of a millennium. He drinks. The discipline of the camp begins to fray. The orientalizing continues. And then comes the night that will stain his legacy forever. It is May. The spring thaw has begun. A great feast is held to celebrate the imminent departure of the army. The wine flows in rivers, dark, unmixed, potent. The banquet hall is filled with the shouts of drunk men, the music of flutes, and the laughter of courtesans. Among them is Thais, an Athenian woman, sharp-witted and beautiful, the mistress of Ptolemy. The mood is raucous, dangerous. As the night deepens and senses blur, Thais stands up. With a goblet in her hand and the firelight dancing in her eyes, she makes a speech that cuts through the noise. She says it would be the finest achievement of Alexander's life if he were to join her in a Bacchic procession and set fire to the palace of Xerxes. She cries out that the women of Greece should take revenge for the burning of Athens, that a woman's hand should destroy the pride of the Persians. The suggestion hits the room like a spark in a powder keg. The drunk soldiers roar their approval. "To the torches!" they scream. Alexander, swept up in the frenzy, or perhaps using the frenzy as a cover for a calculated political decision, leaps to his feet. He grabs a torch. He puts a garland of flowers on his head. He leads the procession out of the hall, dancing, singing, a king turned into a reveler. The crowd follows, a snake of fire moving through the dark colonnades. Thais goes first, throwing her torch into the cedar woodwork of the palace of Xerxes. Alexander throws the next. The dry ancient timber catches instantly. The fire spreads with terrifying speed. The heavy tapestries, the wooden roofs, the exquisite furniture, it all feeds the inferno. The flames roar up into the night sky, visible for miles across the plain. The Persian citizens in the lower city look up in horror, thinking at first that it is an accident, that they should run to bring water. But when they see the soldiers dancing around the blaze, singing songs of victory, they realize the truth. Their history is being erased. The destruction is absolute. The heat is so intense, it cracks the stone columns, sending the great bull-headed capitals crashing to the ground. The gold ink on the Zoroastrian scrolls melts, and the wisdom of the Magi turns to ash. The Alexandrian solution is applied to architecture. If you cannot possess it, burn it. Modern historians still debate the motive. Was it really the whim of a drunk girl? Or was it a cold, strategic message? By burning the palace, Alexander was telling the Persians that the Achaemenid dynasty was dead. There was no going back. He was not just a successor, he was a reset button. He was burning the bridge to the past so that the only way forward was through him. But the morning brings a different light. As the sun rises over the smoking ruins, the alcohol fades, and the reality sets in. Alexander stands before the blackened shell of the palace. The magnificent reliefs are scorched. The roof is gone. The smell of wet ash and ruin hangs heavy in the air. Plutarch tells us that Alexander immediately regretted the act, ordering the fires to be extinguished But it was too late. The ghost of Xerxes had been exorcised, but in the process, Alexander had destroyed something unique, something beautiful that could never be built again. He had come as an enlightened conqueror, but he left as a vandal. The burning of Persepolis marks a turning point in the soul of the expedition. The pan-Hellenic crusade to avenge Athens is officially over. The debt is paid in ash. The Greek allies are dismissed, told they can go home if they wish, though many re-enlist as mercenaries because they know no other life. The mission has changed. It is no longer about Greece versus Persia. It is about Alexander versus the horizon. Darius is still out there. The fugitive king is somewhere in the north, in Media, trying to raise a new army from the dust. Alexander shakes off the hangover of Persepolis. He leaves the ruins behind, a blackened scar on the terrace that will stand for thousands of years as a monument to his glory and his shame. He mounts Bucephalus. The army is leaner now, stripped of its gold, hungry again. The chase is on. The pace quickens. Alexander is not marching anymore, he is hunting. He rides north toward Ecbatana, driven by a personal obsession to catch the man whose throne he sat in, whose bath he used, and whose palace he just burned. He wants to look Darius in the eye, not as an enemy, but as a destiny. But the desert is wide, and the shadows are lengthening, and the king he chases is running out of time and friends. The summer of 330 BCE burns the land with a ferocity that turns the air into a shimmering wall of heat. We are no longer in the fertile cradle of Mesopotamia. We are in the hard, unforgiving corridor of the Caspian Gates, pushing northeast into the Iranian plateau. The pace of the army changes from a confident march to a frantic, breathless sprint. Alexander has left the slow-moving infantry and the baggage train far behind. He is riding with a picked force of cavalry and light infantry, men who can sleep in the saddle and eat dust for dinner. The obsession has taken hold completely. It is not enough to have the throne. He must have the man. Darius III is ahead of them, a phantom drifting just out of reach, moving deeper into the wilder, harsher provinces of the east. The intelligence reports that filter back to Alexander are grim. Darius is no longer a king of kings. He is a prisoner. His own generals, led by the ambitious Bessus, the satrap of Bactria, have turned on him. They have bound the great king in golden fetters, a cruel irony, using the metal of his station to enslave him, and thrown him into a covered wagon, like common cargo. They argue that Darius is a magnet for bad luck, a man whom the gods have abandoned. Bessus believes that by removing the failure, he can save the empire, or perhaps carve out his own kingdom in the east. To Alexander, this news is infuriating. It changes the narrative of the chase. He is no longer hunting an enemy to defeat him. He is racing to save a fellow king from the treachery of his servants. The divine right of kings is a fraternity, and Alexander cannot abide the idea of a monarch being manhandled by his subjects. The chase becomes a test of human limits. For days, they ride with barely a pause. Horses drop dead from exhaustion, their hearts bursting in the heat. Men fall behind, swallowed by the desert, but Alexander does not stop. He drinks the same muddy water as his men, sleeps on the same hard ground, and drives them forward with a will that feels less like leadership and more like possession. They cover 40 miles in a single night, navigating by the stars, the hooves striking sparks from the rocky ground. They are chasing a ghost through a furnace. Finally, near the town of Hekatompelos, the city of 100 gates, they find the trail. The road is littered with the debris of a disintegrating army. Discarded weapons, weary stragglers, wagons left to rot. The Persian army is shedding its skin. Alexander pushes on, his small band of companions dwindling as horses fail, until he is riding with only a handful of men. Then they see it. In a lonely, dusty valley, the Persian convoy has scattered. The royal wagon stands abandoned, the mules still in the traces, standing with their heads low in the heat. The drivers have fled. The silence of the desert rushes back in, heavy and profound. Alexander dismounts. He walks toward the wagon, the dust crunching under his boots. He pulls back the dusty leather flap. Inside lies Darius, the great king, the lord of Asia, the man who commanded millions, is dying. He has been stabbed by javelins, the final cowardly act of Bessus and his conspirators before they fled. He is alone. There is no court, no eunuchs, no royal guards, just a dying man in a box. Historical tradition holds that Alexander arrived moments too late, or perhaps just in time to hear the king's final breath. But the most poignant account tells us that a Greek soldier named Polystratus found him first. Darius, parched and bleeding, asked for water. Polystratus brought him a helmet full of muddy water from a nearby spring. Darius drank it and whispered, "This is the final stroke of my misfortune, that I should accept a benefit and not be able to return it." He then grasped the soldier's hand and asked him to convey his thanks to Alexander for the kindness shown to his mother and family. When Alexander looks upon the face of his rival, he does not cheer. He does not gloat. He weeps. He sees the terrifying fragility of power. He sees a mirror of his own potential fate, to be great, to be worshipped, and to end up alone in the dirt, betrayed by those you trusted. In a gesture that has echoed through the ages as the ultimate act of kingly grace, Alexander unclasps his own cloak, the purple chlamys of the Macedonian king, and lays it over the body of Darius. He covers the blood, he restores the dignity. In that moment, the war changes. By covering Darius with his own cloak, Alexander claims him. He is no longer the invader, he is the heir. He acts as the dutiful son or brother who will bury the king with full honors in the royal tombs at Persepolis. And by defining himself as the legitimate successor, he defines Bessus not as a rival king, but as a regicide, a murderer of his rightful lord. The mission shifts from conquest to justice. Alexander is now the avenger of Darius. He stands over the body, the sun beating down on the lonely wagon, and makes a silent vow. Bessus will not escape. No mountain is high enough, no desert wide enough. The army will march east. They will march into the lands where the maps stop, into Hyrcania, Aria, Bactria, Sogdia. They will chase the traitor to the edge of the world. But the army is tired. When the rest of the troops catch up, they look at the body of Darius and think, surely this is the end. The king is dead. The empire is headless. We have the gold. We have the glory. Let us go home. Alexander calls an assembly. He stands before them, dust-caked and intense, and tells them the truth they do not want to hear. If we turn back now, he argues, we have not conquered the empire. We have merely raided it. Bessus calls himself king in the east. If we leave him, he will raise the nations against us. We must finish it. He uses every ounce of his charisma. He shames them. He inspires them. He bribes them with bonuses. And reluctantly, they agree. But the mood has shifted. They are no longer fighting for the pan-Hellenic cause. They are fighting for Alexander's ego. They are walking off the edge of the known map into a world of endless steppes, brutal winters, and tribes who fight with a ferocity the Greeks have never seen. The funeral cortege of Darius moves south to Persepolis, a solemn procession of honor. But Alexander turns north. He rides toward the Caspian Sea, into the strange, humid forests of Hyrcania. Here, the landscape changes again. The dry desert gives way to lush green, to tigers, to strange tribes who live in the trees. The Greeks feel like they are on another planet. Alexander recruits Persian soldiers into his army, blurring the lines even further. He begins to adopt the Persian court rituals more openly. He demands that people bow, proskynesis, a gesture that Persians see as respect, but Greeks see as worship. The tension in the camp grows. The men look at their king and see a stranger. He wears the white striped tunic of the Persian monarchs. He employs the brother of Darius, Oxathres, in his inner circle. He is becoming the thing he conquered. But Alexander does not care about their whispers. He cares about the horizon. Bessus is out there, calling himself Artaxerxes V, wearing an upright tiara, mocking Alexander's legitimacy. As the army moves into the vast open plains of the east, the chase into the unknown becomes a psychological journey as much as a physical one. Alexander is running away from the constraints of being just a Macedonian king. He is running toward a vision of a universal empire where race and origin do not matter, only loyalty to him. It is a beautiful, terrifying dream, and like the mirages in the desert they just crossed, it glimmers ahead of them, always just out of reach, pulling them deeper and deeper into the devouring vastness of Asia. The wagon is left behind. The cloak covers the past. The road ahead is empty, silent, and waiting. The chase has led them off the edge of the civilized map and into the roof of the world. It is 327 BCE. The army is no longer fighting on the flat, dusty plains of Mesopotamia. They are clawing their way through the jagged, ice-rimmed peaks of Sogdia and Bactria, modern-day Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. This is a war of verticality. The enemy here does not line up in phalanxes. They vanish into the mist. They strike from the crags and disappear into the snow. The local warlords, independent and fierce, have retreated to mountain fortresses that look down on the clouds. The most formidable of these is the Sogdian Rock, a sheer cliff face rising thousands of feet into the freezing air, topped by a plateau that is supposedly impregnable. Oxyates, the local chieftain, has locked his family and his treasures away up there. When Alexander demands surrender, Oxyates looks down from his eagle's nest and laughs. He shouts a taunt that echoes off the canyon walls. If you want this rock, Alexander, you will need soldiers with wings. It is a challenge that appeals to the boy who once tamed a monster horse. Alexander does not build a ramp this time. He turns to his men, these hardened veterans who have walked halfway across the world, and asks for volunteers. He offers a prize of 12 talents for the first man to reach the top. But it is not the gold that drives them. It is the sheer, impossible audacity of the act. 300 men step forward. They are not mountaineers, they are soldiers. But that night, under the cover of a heavy snowfall that muffles sound and sight, they begin to climb. Using iron tent pegs driven into the frozen ground and ropes made of flax, they haul themselves up the vertical face of the cliff. It is a silent, terrifying struggle against gravity. 30 men fall into the abyss, their bodies swallowed by the snowdrifts below, never to be found. But as the sun rises, painting the peaks in violent shades of pink and gold, the defenders on the rock look up and freeze. Standing on the peak above them, waving their linen tunics like white flags, are the Macedonians. "I have found my winged soldiers," Alexander cries out. The psychological shock is absolute. Oxyates surrenders immediately, believing he is fighting a magician rather than a general. The fortress gates are opened, and it is here in the high thin air of the fortress that Alexander meets his destiny, not in the form of a king, but in the form of a girl. Her name is Roxane. She is the daughter of Oxyates, and the ancient historians, who rarely agree on anything, are unanimous on this. She is the most beautiful woman in Asia, second only to the wife of Darius. She is 16, with eyes dark as the mountain night, and a spirit forged in the high wild places. Alexander is 29. He is the most powerful man on earth, a bachelor king who could have any woman in the known world. His generals expect a dynastic marriage, perhaps a princess from Macedonia, or a noblewoman from Athens to cement the peace back home. They expect him to take Roxane as a captive, a prize of war. That is the custom. That is the rule. But Alexander looks at Roxane, and for the first time in his life, the conqueror surrenders. He falls in love. It is a sudden, blinding infatuation that bewilders his court. He does not take her by force. He refuses to treat her as a spoil of war. In a gesture that shocks both the Greeks and the barbarians, he asks for her hand in marriage. The wedding takes place in the fortress, amidst the swirling snow and the scent of burning cedar. It is a ceremony of profound strangeness, a mixing of rituals that have never touched before. In the Bactrian custom, a loaf of bread is brought out. Alexander draws his sword, the blade that cut the Gordian knot, the blade that has killed countless men, and uses it for a purpose of creation. He cuts the loaf in two. He eats one half, Roxane eats the other. It is simple, primal, and absolute. With that shared crumb, the king of Macedonia and the daughter of a mountain warlord become one flesh. To the Macedonians, this is a scandal. They look at their new queen and see a barbarian. They see a woman whose blood will dilute the royal line. They mutter in the mess halls that Alexander is forgetting who he is. Has he forgotten Bella? They whisper. Has he forgotten that we are the master race and they are the subjects? But Alexander is not forgetting. He is evolving. He sees something they do not. He sees a future where Greek and barbarian are obsolete terms. He imagines a new race, a fusion of European discipline and Asian spirit. He begins to implement this vision with a terrifying speed. He adopts more of the Persian dress, wearing the purple sash and the diadem regularly now. He forces his generals to marry noble Persian women in a mass wedding at Susa, trying to breed unity through biology. But his most controversial move is the creation of the epigony, the successors. He rounds up 30,000 Persian boys from the provinces. He hires tutors to teach them the Greek language and Macedonian drill masters to teach them how to fight in the phalanx. He calls them his war dancers. The veterans watch these drilling boys with a cold, jealous dread. They realize the terrifying truth. Alexander is building a replacement army. He is creating a force that owes loyalty only to him. A force that has no memory of Philip, no nostalgia for the olive groves of Greece. These boys look at Alexander not as a man, but as a god who descended from the sky. To the old soldiers, it feels like a slow-motion divorce. The king is moving out of their house and into a new one, and he is taking the furniture with him. Yet, in the high mountains of Sogdia, amidst the tension, there is a brief, surreal summer of happiness. Alexander and Roxane ride together. He listens to the songs of her people. For a moment, the relentless forward motion stops, and the king rests in the arms of the mountain girl. But even here, the shadow of the past lingers. Callisthenes, the nephew of Aristotle and the official historian of the expedition, refuses to perform the proskynesis, the bowing ritual. He argues that Alexander is a man, not a god, and that to bow to him is an insult to the freedoms of Greece. Alexander's eyes go cold. He sees this not as philosophical integrity, but as treason. Callisthenes is implicated in a vague pages conspiracy shortly after, a plot by the royal pages to assassinate the king in his sleep. The historian is thrown into a cage, dragged along with the army until he dies of disease or neglect. The message is clear. The library of Mieza is closed. The debate is over. You either bow to the god king or you die in a cage. Alexander kisses Roxane, the taste of the wedding bread still on his tongue, and turns his eyes south. The mountains are conquered. The love affair is sealed. But the map still has a blank space at the bottom right. India, the land of giants, of monsters, of the ocean of the east. The army packs up their gear, grumbling, looking at their strange new queen, and follows the man who is slowly becoming a stranger to them. They march towards the Hindu Kush, leaving the snow behind for the steam and the rain, walking blindly into the mouth of the jungle. The air in Marakanda is sharp with the coming autumn of 328 BCE. But inside the royal pavilion, the atmosphere is suffocatingly hot, thick with the smell of unmixed wine and fermenting resentment. We are deep in the heart of Sogdia, the wild frontier of the empire, and the army is resting after months of brutal guerrilla warfare. To pass the time, they drink. And when Macedonians drink, the truth comes out, ugly, raw, and dangerous. The feast is held in honor of the Dioscuri, the twin sons of Zeus, but the conversation quickly turns to a darker subject, the divinity of Alexander. Sycophants and flatterers, eager to please the king, begin to sing his praises a little too loudly. They claim that Alexander's achievements have already surpassed those of Hercules. They mock Philip, the old king, calling him a man of limited ambition who merely paved the road for his godlike son. Alexander listens, reclining on his couch, his eyes bright with wine, and he does not stop them. He drinks it in, but at the end of the table sits Clytus the Black. He is a relic of the old world, a man of grit and scars, who commanded the royal squadron under Philip. He is the man who severed the arm of the Persian noble at the Granicus, saving Alexander's life in the very first second of the war. Clytus has watched the orientalizing of his king with a growing, burning disgust. He hates the Persian robes. He hates the bowing. And tonight, he hates the insults to Philip. As the flatterers drone on, Clytus snaps. He raises his cup, his voice booming over the music. He starts to recite lines from Euripides, dark verses about how kings steal the glory that belongs to the soldiers who bleed for them. The room goes quiet. Alexander sits up, the playfulness vanishing from his face. "What are you saying?" he demands. Clytus, emboldened by the wine and his own righteous anger, does not back down. He stands up. He looks the most powerful man in the world in the eye and tells him the one thing he is never allowed to hear, that he is human. It was this hand Alexander, Clitus shouts, raising his right hand, the hand that swung the sword at the Granicus. This hand saved you when you were turning your back on Spithridates. All that you are, you owe to Philip and to the blood of the Macedonians. The insult hits Alexander like a physical blow. He grabs an apple from a bowl and hurls it at Clitus. He reaches for his sword, but one of his bodyguards, sensing the catastrophe, has discreetly removed it. This only enrages him further. He screams in Macedonian, the old language of the mountains, used only in extreme distress, calling for the guards, shouting that he is being betrayed, that he is being treated like a child. His friends try to hold him back. Ptolemy and Perdiccas restrain him, pleading with him to calm down. Others try to hustle Clitus out of the tent. They almost succeed. Clitus is dragged outside into the cool night air. The crisis is momentarily averted. But the old general, fatalistic and stubborn, breaks free. He circles back to another entrance of the tent. He pulls back the flap and stands there, a silhouette against the dark, singing a mocking song about bad leadership. Alexander breaks free from his friends. He grabs a spear from a guard, the weapon of his trade. He does not think. The Alexandrian solution takes over. Remove the obstacle. He hurls the spear. It flies across the tent with terrifying accuracy, piercing Clitus through the chest. The old man falls, the song dying in his throat, his blood pooling on the Persian carpets. The silence that follows is louder than the scream. The rage evaporates instantly, replaced by a cold, crushing horror. Alexander runs to the body. He pulls the spear out, blood spraying onto his hands, the same hands Clitus had saved. He sees the face of the man who rocked his cradle, the brother of his nurse, the man who was family in all but blood. Alexander begins to wail. He tries to turn the spear on himself, to end the tragedy there and then, but his guards wrestle the weapon away. They carry him, sobbing and thrashing, to his bed. For 3 days, the conqueror of the world lies in his tent, refusing food, refusing water, refusing to wash. He screams the name of Clitus. He calls out to his nurse, asking how he can ever face her again. The army waits outside in a terrified hush. They have seen their king angry. They have seen him wounded, but they have never seen him broken. The philosophers are brought in to console him. Anaxarchus tells him that the king is the living law, that justice is whatever he decides it is. It is a hollow comfort, but it gives Alexander a ladder to climb out of the pit of his guilt. He eventually emerges, pale and shaken, and orders a magnificent funeral for his friend. But the shadow never truly lifts. The death of Clitus marks the point of no return. The trust between the king and his old guard is shattered. They still follow him because he is Alexander and he wins. But the love is replaced by fear. They check their words. They watch their backs. And Alexander, sensing the distance, retreats further into his own myth. He surrounds himself with the pages, the younger generation, and the Persians who know only how to obey. But the world does not stop for grief. The map still calls. To wash away the memory of the blood in the tent, Alexander throws himself into the only therapy he knows: war. He turns his eyes to the last great barrier, the land of monsters and miracles, India. He burns his baggage train again, stripping the army down, trying to outrun his own conscience. They cross the Hindu Kush, the killer of Hindus, and descend into the Swat Valley. The air grows thick and humid. The light changes from the sharp clarity of the steppe to the hazy, golden steam of the tropics. They are entering a world where the rules of geography and biology seem to break down. They see snakes the size of tree trunks. They see men who stare at the sun without blinking. And rumors reach them of a king named Porus, a giant of a man who rules the lands beyond the Hydaspes River, and who waits for them not with horses, but with moving mountains. Alexander rides at the head of the column, his eyes fixed on the jungle ahead. He is looking for a fight that is big enough to make him forget the look in Clytus's eyes. He is looking for the end of the world, hoping that if he goes far enough, he might finally leave his ghosts behind. The summer of 326 BC is not a season of warmth. It is a season of drowning. The monsoon has arrived. The Macedonians, men born in the dry, chalky hills of the Balkans and hardened in the arid deserts of Persia, have never seen anything like this. The rain does not fall, it hammers. It is a relentless, warm sheet of water that turns the world into a steaming grey blur. Leather armor rots on the body. Bowstrings go slack and useless. Food molds within hours. And the Hydaspes River, which stands between Alexander and his next conquest, is no longer a river. It is a raging, brown inland sea, swollen with the violence of the storms, tearing at its banks with a roar that drowns out thunder. Waiting on the far bank, visible only as dark, hulking shapes through the mist, is the army of King Porus, and with them are the monsters. 200 war elephants, decked in iron armor and bright silks, stand like living watchtowers. They smell the storm, and they smell the fear drifting across the water. Porus is a figure of mythic proportions, a man said to stand nearly 7 feet tall, a giant ruling a land of giants. He is not like Darius. He does not run. He waits. He knows that horses are terrified of elephants. The smell alone is enough to send a cavalry squadron into a panic, and he has lined the riverbank with the beasts to create an impenetrable wall. Alexander looks across the churning water and realizes he cannot cross. A direct assault would be suicide. The horses would refuse to swim into the face of the monsters, and the current would sweep the infantry away. He is checkmated by nature and biology. But Alexander thrives on the impossible. He begins a game of psychological warfare. Every night, he orders his cavalry to ride up and down the riverbank, shouting, blowing trumpets, and making a chaotic amount of noise, as if preparing to cross. Porus mirrors these movements, rushing his elephants to the threatened spot. Night after night, the noise continues. Night after night, Porus responds. But the Macedonians never cross. Eventually, Porus decides it is a bluff, a tactic to exhaust his men. He stops reacting. He leaves sentries, but the main army sleeps. The boy who cried wolf has lulled the giant to sleep. On a night of particularly violent weather, when the rain is falling so hard it is impossible to see a hand before one's face, Alexander makes his move. He leaves his general Craterus in the main camp with orders to keep the fires burning and make noise. He takes a select force, the companions, the hypaspists, the toughest of the infantry, and rides 18 miles upstream to a wooded bend in the river. They cross in the dark on rafts made of stuffed skins and small boats sawed in half for transport. The storm masks the sound of their oars. The thunder hides the splash of the horses. It is a stealth operation of breathtaking risk. If they are caught in the middle of the river, they are dead. But the storm holds. They reach the far bank just as dawn breaks, dragging themselves out of the mud, wet, shivering, but alive. They are on Porus's side of the river. The battle that follows, the Battle of the Hydaspes, is the grimest meat grinder of Alexander's career. It is not a battle of elegant maneuvers. It is a brawl in the mud. Porus, realizing he has been outflanked, wheels his army around. He places his elephants in the front, flanked by chariots and infantry. Alexander arrives not with a formed line, but in a rush. He knows he cannot attack the elephants head-on with horses. He sends his mounted archers to harass them, stinging the beasts with arrows, trying to madden them. But the elephants are disciplined. They crash into the Macedonian phalanx like battering rams. The sarissas, the long pikes that have conquered the world, are snapped like toothpicks. The elephants snatch men up with their trunks and hurl them into the air or trample them into the bloody slush. The scream of the dying men mixes with the trumpeting of the beasts. It is a scene from a nightmare. The Macedonian infantry, showing a courage that borders on insanity, attack the monsters with axes and curved swords, hacking at the trunks and hamstrings. The muddy ground becomes a slippery slaughterhouse of blood and trampled entrails. In the center of the chaos sits Porus, atop his massive elephant, fighting not like a general, but like a warrior. He hurls javelins with devastating force. He is wounded in the shoulder, but he refuses to leave the field. He fights on while his army disintegrates around him. The elephants, finally panicking under the hail of arrows and the pain of their wounds, turn back, trampling their own infantry. The Indian army collapses into a chaotic rout. Alexander wins, but the cost is terrible. The field is strewn with the broken bodies of his friends. And amidst the carnage, there is a personal tragedy that cuts him deeper than any wound. Bucephalus is down. The great black horse, the partner who carried him from the paddock in Pella to the edge of India, the animal who shed his breath and his danger for 20 years, is dying. Historians debate whether he died of old age and exhaustion. He was nearly 30, an ancient age for a horse, or from battle wounds, but the result is the same. Bucephalus sinks into the mud of the Hydaspes, his great heart finally giving out. Alexander kneels beside him in the rain, indifferent to the victory around him. He strokes the graying muzzle, whispering the name that only they understand. The connection to his childhood, to the day he proved his father wrong, is severed. The black horse closes his eyes, and a piece of Alexander dies with him. But the king must attend to the living. Porus is captured, fainting from blood loss. He is brought before Alexander. Expecting execution, he stands tall, even in defeat, looking the conqueror in the eye. Alexander, impressed by the man's sheer physical presence and bravery, asks him how he wishes to be treated. Like a king, Porus replies. Alexander waits, expecting a plea for mercy, a request for terms. Do you have nothing else to ask? No, Porus says. Everything is included in the word king. Alexander is flawed, violent, and increasingly paranoid, but he is never immune to gallantry. He smiles. He grants the request. He not only restores Porus to his throne, but adds territory to his kingdom, making him a satrap and an ally. It is the act of a man who prefers a worthy enemy to a sycophantic friend. The army camps on the battlefield. The rain continues to fall, washing the blood into the river. Alexander orders a city to be built on the spot where his horse died. He names it Bucephala. It is the only city in history named after a horse. It is a monument to love, a permanent tombstone for the faithful companion who never asked for an empire, only for his master's voice. But the mood in the camp is dark. The victory feels heavy. The soldiers look at the elephants, some captured, some dead, and they feel a new kind of fear. They have heard rumors. They say that beyond this river lies another, and beyond that, the Ganges. And on the banks of the Ganges, the rumors say, wait the Gangaride Empire with 4,000 elephants and numberless men. The Macedonians are tired. Their armor is rusting. Their boots are rotting. They have been walking for 8 years. They have conquered the world, but the world keeps getting bigger. They look at Alexander, who is already staring east, his eyes burning with that insatiable, terrifying light, and for the first time, they do not feel inspired. They feel trapped. The elephants of the Hydaspes were bad enough. The thought of 4,000 more is a weight they cannot bear. Alexander stands on the banks of the river, looking toward the east. He believes he is close to the ocean, the edge of the earth. He believes one more push will finish it. He does not hear the silence behind him. He does not hear the whispers of men who just want to see their wives, who just want to taste the wine of Greece, who just want to stop being wet. He is alone in his ambition now. The storm has passed, but the pressure is rising. The breaking point is not a fortress or a river. It is the human heart, and it is about to snap. The monsoon rain does not stop. It is a relentless, punishing drummer that beats against the skulls of the Macedonians, driving them to the edge of madness. It is August 326 BCE. The army stands on the muddy banks of the Hyphasis River, the modern Bears, the easternmost tributary of the Indus. Beyond this river lies the Ganges, and beyond the Ganges, according to Alexander's maps, lies the great ocean that encircles the world. He believes the end is just a few days' march away. He can almost smell the salt air. But the men do not smell salt. They smell death. They have been marching for 8 years. They have covered 11,000 miles. Their boots are rotting off their feet, replaced by scraps of Indian leather and rags. Their Greek tunics are long gone, replaced by whatever cloth they can scavenge. They look less like the glittering phalanx that crossed the Hellespont, and more like a wandering tribe of heavily armed beggars. And they are done. Rumors have been swirling through the camp, growing more terrifying with every retelling. The locals speak of the lands beyond the river, of the Nanda Empire and the Gangaride. They whisper of kings who field armies of 200,000 infantry, 20,000 cavalry, and most terrifying of all, 4,000 war elephants. The veterans of the Hydaspes, who are still waking up screaming from nightmares of being trampled, look at each other with wide, hollow eyes. They managed to defeat Porus and his 200 beasts, but it cost them everything. 4,000? It is not a war. It is a suicide pact. The murmurs in the tents turn into a roar of refusal. Soldiers gather in small groups, weeping not out of cowardice, but out of sheer exhaustion. They show each other their wounds, their grey hair, their ruined bodies. They have conquered the world, but they have lost themselves. Alexander senses the mood. He knows the silence in the camp is more dangerous than the noise of battle. He calls an assembly. He stands before them on a raised platform, the rain plastering his hair to his skull, his eyes burning with that familiar, desperate intensity. He gives the speech of his life. He reminds them of the Granicus, of Issus, of Gaugamela. He tries to shame them, asking if they are afraid of a few more elephants. He tries to bribe them, promising that the riches of the East will make the treasures of Persia look like copper coins. He tries to inspire them with the logic of the explorer. There is only a little distance left to the ocean. Will you turn back when the prize is in sight? He paints a picture of a world where the boundaries are erased, where they will sail home via the ocean, circling Africa, conquering the universe. I will make those who stay the envy of those who return, he declares. He stops. He waits for the cheer. He waits for the clash of spears, the roar of "Alalalai" that has followed him across 3 continents. But there is only the sound of the rain. The silence is absolute. It stretches on, agonizing and heavy. The soldiers stare at the ground. They love him. He is their golden king, their star. But they cannot take one more step. Alexander waits, his face flushing with confusion and rage. He is a man who has bent kings, rivers, and mountains to his will, but he cannot bend this silence. Finally, a figure steps forward. It is not a young hothead. It is Conus. Conus is one of the most respected generals in the army, a man of the old guard, a warrior who led the decisive charge against Porus just weeks ago. He takes off his helmet. His face is lined with weather and war. He speaks not with anger, but with a profound, heartbreaking weariness. "Sir," Conus begins, his voice rough but steady, "since you do not wish to command us like a tyrant, but rather to lead us, I speak not on behalf of the officers who have been honored and paid, but for the common soldier." He gestures to the ragged men standing in the mud. "Look at our bodies. Look at our number. Few are left of the many who started with you. Some have died in battle, some of disease, some have been left behind in garrisons. We who remain are exhausted. Our armor is gone. Our weapons are blunt. We yearn to see our parents, our wives, our children, our native land." He looks Alexander in the eye, the only man brave enough to tell the God King the truth. "Sir, there is a time to stop. Moderation in the midst of success is the noblest of virtues. You are undefeated. Do not tempt the gods by asking for too much. A great thing it is to know when to stop." A low murmur of agreement ripples through the crowd. Some of the men are openly weeping. They are begging him to let them live. Alexander is furious. He is humiliated. He dismisses the assembly abruptly and storms back to his tent. He employs the tactic that worked with Achilles in the Iliad. He sulks. For 3 days, he refuses to come out. He refuses to eat. He refuses to see his generals. He waits for them to break. He expects them to come crawling back, begging for forgiveness, terrified of his withdrawal. He is gambling that their love for him is stronger than their fear of the unknown. But the men do not come. They wait outside, miserable but resolute. They sit in the rain, watching the royal tent, praying that he will change his mind. It is a silent siege. The immovable object has finally met the unstoppable force, and the object is winning. On the 3rd day, Alexander realizes he has lost. He cannot fight the Gangaridai alone. He emerges from his tent, pale and haggard. He summons the seers to perform sacrifices for the crossing of the river. It is a piece of theater. He knows what he must do, but he needs a divine excuse to save face. The seers, who undoubtedly know which way the wind is blowing, report that the omens for crossing are unfavorable. The gods, it seems, agree with Conus. Alexander calls his friends together. "We turn back," he says quietly. When the news is announced to the army, chaos erupts, not of mutiny, but of joy. The men run to the royal tent. They cry, they laugh, they try to touch his cloak. They shout that Alexander is invincible because he is the only man who has ever allowed himself to be defeated by his own mercy. They bless him. It is a moment of intense emotional release. The nightmare is over. They are going home. But Alexander does not leave without a scar. He orders 12 massive altars to be built on the banks of the Hyphasis, towers of stone dedicated to the 12 Olympian gods, marking the furthest limit of his empire. He stages games and cavalry exercises, trying to recapture the glory, but his heart is not in it. He stands by the river, looking east at the grey horizon he will never reach. He feels a bitterness that will never leave him. He believes his men have stolen his destiny. He has seen the edge of the world, and they have pulled him back. There is a tragic footnote to this victory of the common man. Coenus, the voice of reason, the man who spoke for the soldiers, falls ill and dies just days later. Alexander gives him a magnificent funeral, but he cannot resist a final cruel remark. He looks at the pyre and says, "It was for the sake of these few days that Coenus gave a long speech. It is a flash of the petty tyrant, a sign that the wound to his ego is deep and infected." The return journey begins, but Alexander, in his anger, refuses to walk back the way he came. He will not retrace his steps like a defeated man. He orders a fleet to be built. They will sail down the Hydaspes, into the Indus, and all the way to the Southern Ocean. If he cannot conquer the East, he will conquer the South. He forces the army to march through hostile territory, attacking the Malian tribes, taking city after city with a reckless, suicidal fury. He is punishing them. He is punishing himself. At a siege of a Malian fortress, the ladder breaks, leaving Alexander stranded alone on the wall. Instead of jumping down to safety among his friends, he jumps into the citadel, alone against hundreds of enemies. It is madness. It is a death wish. He fights with his back to a fig tree, slashing at the warriors who swarm him. He takes an arrow in the chest, a massive shaft that pierces his lung. He falls. His bodyguards, terrified, scale the wall and throw themselves over his body, taking wounds meant for him. They manage to drag him out, bleeding froth and air from his chest. For days, the rumors fly that the king is dead. The army is in a panic. They realize too late that without him, they are lost in the middle of hostile India. When Alexander finally recovers enough to be carried on a litter to a ship, he waves his hand to show he is alive. The soldiers on the bank weep with relief. They throw flowers on him. But the man on the litter is different. The arrow has damaged him permanently. His breath is shorter. His vitality is dimmed. The boy is gone. The god is silent. There is only a wounded man drifting down a muddy river, heading toward a desert that is waiting to finish what the arrow started. The Hyphasis marked the limit of his empire. The arrow marked the limit of his body. Now, the Gadrosian sands wait to test the limit of his soul. The ocean is behind them now, its rhythmic crashing replaced by a silence so profound it feels like a weight on the chest. It is the autumn of 325 BCE. Alexander has made a decision that will haunt military academies and historians for 2 millennia. He has divided his forces. He has sent Craterus with the veterans and the elephants north through the safer inland route. He has ordered his boyhood friend Nearchus to take the fleet and sail along the coast, exploring the unknown waters from the Indus to the Persian Gulf. but for himself and for the bulk of the army, including the royal guard, the cavalry, and the thousands of camp followers, he has chosen the coast. He has chosen the Gadrosian Desert. This is the Makran region of modern Pakistan and Iran, a lunar landscape of black gravel, shifting dunes, and heat that can boil the moisture from a man's body in hours. Why did he do it? The ancient writers tell us he wanted to support the fleet, digging wells along the shore to keep Nearchus alive. But they also whisper a darker reason. They say Alexander heard that Queen Semiramis and King Cyrus the Great, the two figures he admired most, had attempted to cross this desert and failed, escaping with only a handful of men. It is the old sickness, the pothos, the longing to do the impossible. If Cyrus failed, Alexander must succeed. Or perhaps, in the darkest corner of his heart, it is a punishment. The army refused to follow him to the Ganges. Now, they must follow him through hell. The march begins well enough, but soon the land turns against them. The heat is not merely hot, it is aggressive. The sun hangs in a white, bleached sky, hammering down on the bronze helmets until the metal burns the skin. The water runs out. The wells they dig yield only brine, salty and mocking. The discipline that conquered Asia begins to evaporate along with the water. The soldiers, maddened by thirst, begin to kill the pack animals. They butcher the mules and horses, drinking the blood, and then tell the officers that the animals died of heat. Alexander, seeing the desperation in their eyes, chooses not to punish them. He knows that the laws of man do not apply in the furnace. The army is shedding its skin. They burn the baggage wagons to save energy. The spoils of India, the silks, the ivory, the gems, are tossed into the dunes. The wealthiest army in the world is leaving a trail of diamonds in the dust, trading a fortune for a single cup of water. The geography of Gadrosia is a trickster. It is a land of dust oceans, vast dunes of soft, powdery sand that shift underfoot, making every step a labor of Hercules. The horses sink up to their bellies. The men trudge forward, their lips cracked, their tongues swollen, their eyes fixed on the shimmering horizon that promises lakes but delivers only heat haze. And then, the irony of the desert strikes. They camp one night in a dry riverbed, a wadi, seeking shelter from the wind. It has not rained where they are, but miles away in the mountains, a storm has broken. The water gathers, accelerates, and rushes down the canyon in a silent, deadly wall. It hits the camp in the pitch black of night. The roar of the water mixes with the screams of the women and children, the families of the soldiers who trail behind the main column. Most of the camp followers are swept away, drowned in the middle of a desert. The army survives, scrambling up the banks, but they have lost their wives, their children, and the last of their gear. The desert has taken its tithe. It is in this crucible of suffering that we see the last great flash of the Alexander who inspired men to die for him. The story is told by Aryan, and it is the defining moment of the march. The army is wretched, stumbling through a canyon, dying of thirst. A group of light infantry, scouting ahead, finds a tiny trickle of water in a rock cleft, barely enough to fill a helmet. They collect it, drop by precious drop, and run back to the king. They present the helmet to Alexander as if it were the crown of Asia. It is the most valuable thing in the world. Alexander takes the helmet. He looks at the cool, clear liquid. He looks at the faces of his soldiers who are watching him with parched, envious eyes. He knows that if he drinks, he separates himself from their suffering. He becomes a king again, and they become subjects. But if he refuses, they are brothers in death. Alexander thanks the men who brought it, and then, in full view of the army, he tips the helmet over. He pours the water into the burning sand. It was as if, the historian writes, he had shared the water with every man in the army. The gesture electrifies them. It is a communion of denial. If the king can endure the thirst, so can they. They cheer, their dry throats rasping, and march on. It is a moment of pure theatrical leadership, a reminder that the student of the Iliad knows that symbols are more powerful than sustenance. But symbols cannot hydrate the body forever. By the time the army stumbles into the capital of Pura, 60 days later, they are ghosts. The toll is staggering. Historians estimate that Alexander lost nearly 75% of the people who entered the desert. 45,000 men, women, and camp followers are gone, swallowed by the sands, dead of thirst, or left behind to the vultures. He has lost more men to the sun than he did to the spears of the Persians and Indians combined. The invincible army has been defeated by geography. When they finally reach the fertile lands of Carmania and reunite with Craterus, the relief is so intense it borders on hysteria. And then, a miracle. Nearchus arrives. The fleet, which Alexander had given up for dead, sails into the harbor at Hormuz. When Alexander sees his friend, haggard, bearded, and smelling of the sea, he weeps. He holds Nearchus's hands and says, "The safety of the fleet is more precious to me than the conquest of Asia." It is a moment of genuine humanity, a flash of the boy who loved his friends before he loved his throne. To celebrate the survival, the army engages in a 7-day Bacchic procession. They march through Carmania, not in formation, but on wagons draped with carpets and flowers. They drink constantly. The flute girls play. The soldiers hang their spears with garlands and use their shields as wine trays. It is a riotous, drunken release of trauma. Some historians doubt this happened, calling it a later invention to paint Alexander as a debauched follower of Dionysus. But others see it as a necessary psychological purge. They had looked death in the face, and now they needed to eat life with both hands. But as the hangover clears, the political reality sets in. Alexander returns to the heart of the empire to find that while the cat was away, the mice have been playing. Many of his satraps, both Persian and Macedonian, believed he would never return from India. They have plundered temples, raised private armies, and ruled as tyrants. Alexander's response is swift and terrifying. This is not the forgiving conqueror of the early years. This is the survivor of Gedrosia. He orders a purge. Satraps are executed. Generals are summoned and put to death. Harpalus, his childhood friend and treasurer, flees with a fortune, terrified of the king's wrath. Alexander is tightening his grip. He realizes that the empire is held together, not by laws, but by the terror of his name. He marches to Susa and then to Ecbatana, and there the final blow falls. It is not an assassin's dagger or a rebellion. It is a fever. Hephaestion, the Patroclus to his Achilles, the other half of his soul, the only man who truly knew him, falls ill. He has drunk too much unmixed wine, his body weakened by the campaigns. Alexander rushes to his bedside, but he is too late. Hephaestion dies in the autumn of 324 BCE. The grief of Alexander is frightening to behold. It is not the grief of a man, it is the rage of a wounded god. He cuts his hair short, just as Achilles did for Patroclus. He orders the manes and tails of all the horses in the army to be shorn, so that even the animals mourn. He crucifies the doctor who failed to save his friend. He orders the sacred fire in the Persian temples to be quenched, a ritual usually reserved for the death of the great king himself. He lies on the body for hours, refusing to move. The world has gone grey. The map has lost its color. Without Hephaestion, there is no one to share the joke, no one to read the poem, no one to tell him when he has gone too far. Alexander is now truly, utterly alone. He throws himself into a final flurry of activity to numb the pain. He plans a massive ziggurat funeral pyre for Hephaestion in Babylon, costing 10,000 talents. He plans new campaigns to Arabia, to Carthage, to the Western Mediterranean. He wants to conquer the world, to forget the empty space in his tent. He marches toward Babylon, the great city where the prophets have warned him not to enter. The Chaldean priests beg him to stay away, saying the omens are black. But Alexander does not care about omens anymore. He has survived the river, the elephant, and the desert. He feels the cold breath of destiny on his neck, and he turns to face it. He rides toward the Ishtar Gate, the blue tiles shimmering in the sun, entering the city that will be his tomb. The long journey is almost over. The boy from Pella has come to the end of the earth, and now he must go to the only place left on the map. The heat in Babylon is a physical weight, pressing down on the city of blue tiles and golden lions. It is June 323 BCE. The air is thick with the drone of flies and the smell of stagnant water from the Euphrates, which flows sluggishly through the marshes surrounding the city. The Chaldean priests have warned Alexander that the god Bel is angry, that entering the city from the west would bring disaster, but Alexander has entered anyway. He is 32 years old. His body is a map of his journey, scarred by the sword at the Granicus, the rock at the limb, the arrow in the lung at the Malian citadel. He is tired. The grief for Hephaestion still clings to him like a shroud, a heavy, dull ache that no amount of wine can wash away. He spends his nights planning an expedition to Arabia, intending to circumnavigate the peninsula. But the fire in his belly is flickering. He is drinking heavily, attending banquet after banquet, perhaps trying to drown the silence that waits for him in his empty tent. On the night of the 29th of Decius, after a long evening of drinking with his admiral Nearchus, Alexander meets Medius of Larissa, a companion who invites him to a late-night komoz, a drinking party. Alexander goes. He drinks from the great cup of Hercules, a massive vessel of unmixed wine. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabs him in the back, between the shoulder blades, as if he has been struck by a spear. He is carried to his bed. The fever begins. It is not a dramatic battlefield death. It is a slow, grinding siege of the body. For 10 days, the conqueror of the world fights an enemy he cannot strike with a sword. Historians and doctors have argued for centuries about what killed him. Was it malaria caught in the marshes, typhoid fever, West Nile virus, or was it the limestone water, a slow-acting poison administered by the sons of Antipater, the regent of Greece, who feared Alexander's return? We will never know. The accounts tell us of a fever that rises and falls like the tide, stripping him of his strength day by day. At first, he continues to issue orders, playing dice with Medius, discussing the Arabian campaign. But soon, the voice that commanded the charge at Gaugamela begins to fail. He becomes too weak to lift his head. The king is becoming immortal. Rumors spread through the army like wildfire. He is dead, the soldiers whisper. The generals are hiding it. The Macedonian veterans, the men who walked with him across the Hindu Kush and the Gadrosian sands, panic. They do not riot. They grieve. They demand to see him. They threaten to storm the palace if they are not allowed to say goodbye. And so, in one of the most moving scenes in antiquity, the doors of the royal chamber are thrown open. Alexander orders, or perhaps his generals allow, the army to file past his bed. They come in single file, thousands of them. They are rough men, scarred and sun-baked, wearing tunics stained with the dust of Asia. They walk past the bed where their golden boy lies shriveled and pale. Alexander cannot speak. He cannot raise his hand. But the historians tell us that he struggles to prop himself up on one elbow. And as each man passes, he meets their eyes and nods slightly. He acknowledges them. In that silent exchange, the bond between the king and his army is sealed for the last time. He is not looking at subjects. He is looking at the only family he has left. The sound of weeping fills the palace, a low collective mourn that echoes off the stone walls. On the final day, his generals gather around the bed. The question that has hung over the empire for years must be answered. He has no heir. His wife Roxane is pregnant, but the child is not yet born. His half-brother Aridaeus is mentally disabled. The wolves are circling. Perdiccas, the senior cavalry commander, leans in close. "To whom do you leave the kingdom?" he asks. Alexander's breath is rattling in his chest. His voice is a whisper from the threshold of the underworld. "To Kratisto," he says, "to the strongest." It is a curse disguised as a bequest. By leaving the world to the strongest, Alexander guarantees that his generals will tear the world apart to prove who that is. Some historians argue he might have muttered to Cratero, to Craterus, his loyal general currently en route to Macedonia. But the ambiguity serves the chaos. With his final strength, Alexander takes the heavy signet ring from his finger, the ring that sealed the fate of cities, and presses it into the hand of Perdiccas. And then he turns his face to the wall. The fever breaks the final citadel. The fire goes out. It is June 11th, 323 BCE. The sun sets over Babylon, and the world suddenly feels very cold. For a moment, there is a terrified silence. The sheer gravity of the event paralyzes everyone. The god is dead. But then, the humanity rushes back in. The generals do not mourn for long. They plot. The body of Alexander is left alone in the heat, forgotten in the immediate scramble for power. Legend says that for 6 days, while the generals argued over the partition of the empire, the body did not decay. It remained pristine, fragrant, and lifelike, a final silent proof of his divinity, or perhaps just a trick of the dry Babylonian air. The funeral games that follow are not athletic contests. They are wars. The empire fractures instantly. Perdiccas tries to hold it together, but he is eaten by the ambition of the others. Ptolemy hijacks the funeral cart, a magnificent, temple-like carriage drawn by 64 mules, and steals Alexander's body. He takes it to Egypt, burying it first in Memphis and then in Alexandria, the city the king had traced in the grain. Alexander becomes a talisman. To possess his body is to possess his legitimacy. For centuries, his tomb in Alexandria will be a pilgrimage site. Caesar will visit it. Augustus will accidentally break off the nose of the mummy while trying to kiss it. But eventually, the tomb is lost to the tides of time hidden somewhere beneath the modern streets, waiting like the king himself. The tragedy of his bloodline is absolute. The child who was never allowed to be weak leaves a family too weak to survive without him. His mother, Olympias, is stoned to death by the families of her victims. His wife, Roxane, and his young son, Alexander IV, are imprisoned and quietly murdered in a dark cell in Amphipolis. The line of Achilles is extinguished. The DNA of the conqueror is wiped from the earth, but his true DNA is not biological, it is cultural. Alexander smashed the vase of the old world, and the pieces never fit back together the same way. He poured Greece into the East, and the East into Greece. He created a new world, the Hellenistic Age, where Greek art influenced Indian sculpture, where Egyptian gods were worshipped in Rome, where trade routes connected the Mediterranean to the Himalayas. He founded over 20 cities bearing his name, seeding the map with centers of learning and commerce. He changed the way people thought about the world. He showed them it was one thing, interconnected, vast, and conquerable. Alexander the Great died young, but he lived with a density that defies comprehension. He was a man of paradoxes, a philosopher who burned palaces, a chivalrous knight who crucified doctors, a visionary who could not see the exhaustion of his own men. He was the child of Philip's discipline and Olympias's madness, a boy who ran a race with the ghost of Achilles and won, only to find that the finish line was a cliff. As we look back at him through the haze of 23 centuries, he stands alone on the stage of history. No one ever came close to repeating his achievement. He remains the standard by which all other conquerors are measured, the great, against whom Caesar wept and Napoleon studied. But perhaps the most enduring image is not the king on the throne or the general on the horse. It is the image of a 12-year-old boy in a dusty paddock in Pella, turning a terrified black horse toward the sun, realizing that the monsters we fear are just shadows, and that, if we are brave enough to ride them, we can fly. The empire is gone, the gold is scattered, the cities have crumbled, but the story remains. The story of the comet that blazed across the sky, burning too bright and too fast, leaving behind a trail of fire that still lights the dark corners of our history. The boy who wanted to be a hero got his wish. He became a legend. And legends, unlike men, never need to rest. And now, the dust of the centuries begins to settle once more. The shouts of the phalanx fade into the whisper of the wind through the olive trees. The golden armor dulls in the twilight, and the great cities of the past, Babylon, Persepolis, Bela, soften into the landscape of your dreams. We have walked a long road together, from the storm-swept palace of his birth to the silent, heat-heavy room of his passing. We have seen the fire of his ambition and the cold ashes of his regret. But now, the history book is closing. The maps are rolled up. The kings and queens, the soldiers and the horses are returning to the mist. You can let go of the dates and the names. You can let go of the geography and the battles. All that remains is the feeling of the journey, the sensation of having touched something vast and timeless. Let the quiet of the desert night wrap around you. Let the cool waters of the Nile carry your thoughts away, drifting slowly, gently, downstream toward a sea of perfect calm. The world is still. The past is at peace, and you too can rest. There are no more rivers to cross tonight. There are no more mountains to climb. Just the soft, steady rhythm of your own breathing and the safety of the dark. Sleep now. The story is done. Sweet dreams.